happen here this time around. The American public is not going to move away from me as an average voter. And again, I'm here for two reasons, pal. One, to rebuild the economy for hardworking middle-class people, give everybody a shot, just a straight shot. Everybody gets a fair chance, number one. Number two, remember all this talk about how I don't have the black support? Come on, give me a break. Come with me. Watch. I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more.
So Joe Biden is at least able to make phone calls. And one of the first things he wants to mention is, by the way, all these folks saying that I don't have the black vote. Clearly, the black vote is on the height of his consciousness. What's left of it here? The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, and the everlasting superfortress of intelligent black thought. We are the Black Media, and this is the Black Channel, and I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the voice of Black America, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically black college and university of higher education and learning in the cosmos. You are, of course, welcome to join us. And join us you shall, because on tonight's program here, folks, I can only say it so many times, although I'll keep saying it a little bit longer till it gets through. If you are listening to the corporate media, if that is where you are relying on your news and information and analysis and what to think and how far along things are, and I know you got a bunch of incompetent people out there who cannot do this, and sometimes some people don't like it when I point this out. But one of the things that I repeatedly point out is whether or not the things we've said here have been accurate. Anybody can say something far-fetched and be wrong. Anybody can make a bunch of prognostications. Look it up. Anybody can sit up here and tell you what they project is going to occur and be wrong. That's been the big problem that we've had, is a bunch of incompetent people saying things and being wrong. How about someone who tells you this is the way things are going to go, and then they're correct? And I said from the beginning here, do not listen to the media or the Democrats about what the black vote means, what's the black vote's value, where it's going. Don't wait for that headline. It ain't coming. Because it's not in their interest to tell you where we actually are. No, we are not the end all and be all of everything, but in critical situations where the future is riding on the knife's edge, we become the power brokers, period. And right now, after all these years, what I said to you here before, when you take a look at these things, and if we're going to analyze exactly where we are, you better be able to call it correctly. And I have been saying ever since 2020, the black vote is going to decide all of this. Their job is to tell you that we don't matter, because that's the psychological abuse strategy they've been using. Tell the black vote that you don't matter. Tell them that you better hook up with Hispanics. Tell them you better wait for LGBT. Tell them you better support illegal aliens, like Roland Martin said to do. Remember in Del Rio, Texas? That's what he was saying. What? Everybody tells us that we don't matter. And what they mean to say is that don't bother us talking about something specific for you. Stop badgering us about something specific for you. You're not important enough to get something specific for you. Knock it off. And then this happens. And then this occurs. Then you look up, and now it's election time. And once election time comes in, here they come. Hey, boo. Hey, big head. election day around the corner. Ooh, Essence Festival. See, they love that because Juneteenth and Essence Festival, these are all cynical calculations by the Democratic political party that these things that focus on black folk, it's summertime, Negroes like to party, so they got Juneteenth, Essence Festival in July, and that will be their contribution, that will be their focus on the black vote, is the last minute right before it's time to go to the polls. And it's always some celebratory thing as if we got something to celebrate. No, we don't. I've always told you there to keep your eyes on that. Well, Joe Biden is deciding to go on an image rehabilitation tour. He has really upset some folks because the first thing he let them know, he talked to George Stephanopoulos. Okay, that was an interview. He called into MSNBC, so he's only calling his most trusted people here. He isn't talking to anybody who could actually ask some real questions or hold his feet to the fire or anything. He is, if you want us to believe he's not in a fragile state of being, this isn't the way to do it. Not the way to do it. So he's gone off and he's going to go talk to them, and he just is outright letting folks know. He has come out, by the way, did I call it? I said, I told y'all, he's not dropping out of this race. The only way he's going to drop out is if the party gangs up on him. Folks, go back and go play my last few programs. I told you, he's not dropping out. Last night, had a caller on there. He was, if this happened here, and if the snow flies, and if the tea leaves move get blown this direction over here, if the groundhog sees his shadow. I'm like, no, he's not going anywhere. He's got too much to lose. He's too old and got too much to lose. That's it. Too old and too much to lose. And he got on there today, and he just let everybody know, by the way, y'all need to quit with all this telling me to step down. I ain't going nowhere.
And like I said, the press is with me. I think they've been fairly fair. I haven't read any reporting they did today, but the fact is that, I think they have to acknowledge we had large crowds, enthusiastic crowds. And, and now they're talking about whether I use a prompter. Well, I did it all extemporaneously. The fact of the matter is, I was using prompters too. I don't get that. But at any rate, the bottom line here is that we're not going anywhere. I am not going anywhere. I wouldn't be running if I didn't absolutely believe that I am the best candidate to beat Donald Trump in 2024. We had a Democratic nominating process where the voters spoke clearly. I won 14 million of those votes, et cetera. So I not only believe that from the beginning, but I wanted to reassert it and demonstrate that it's true. And I'm going to be doing that all through this week and from here on.
Did I call it or did I call it? He's not going anywhere. Don't give a damn what happens. You can have he knows it would be an ugly thing if he just refused. Basically, Biden is doing a Trump. I'm not stepping down. I'm not going nowhere. You're only going to get it if you take it from me. It's going to be, and if you try that, it will be ugly. It will be messy, and he knows it. And he's betting that you ain't got the stomach and you ain't got the guts to sit up here and go through some messy process just to remove him. And then whoever it is you put in his place isn't going to be nearly as capable. And he's right. Nobody likes Gavin Newsom. Fewer people like Kamala Harris. You don't have anybody who's ready to go. There's nobody ready to go. And he knows it. So it's like, by the way, the leverage is on my side. I'm an SOB and you're stuck with me. I'm trying to tell you. He's not going anywhere, folks. Even if it embarrasses the party or whatever, he's like, hey, this is it. Me, my son, my wife, we ain't going nowhere. We're pitching camp, and that's it. You can have it if you take it. And by the way, did he not just go through the list of things that I've been saying now for a week? about the convention that he won the primaries. He's gotten all those votes. He's like, hey, I've won the democratic process. I already got that. Whoever you're going to try to replace me with somebody who didn't get the votes. We've already had our primaries. I won the primaries. How you going to take it from me and give it to somebody who didn't win the primaries? How you going to do that? No, if I'm sticking right here. Okay. Some folks thought it's like, hey, Jason, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. I said it last night. Y'all saw me adamant. He's got nothing to lose. He has, by staying in this, he's got nothing to lose. By stepping down, he's got everything to lose.
So we noted yesterday there was quite a contrast to the people that were supporting you yesterday compared to, say, a lot of the Washington insiders and Hollywood moguls, and go down the list of very powerful people that want you out compared to the support that you had in Pennsylvania yesterday. That said, there are a lot of people of goodwill who love you, who believe you did a great job in your first term, who are still concerned. Yesterday, the topic came up of the Stephanopoulos interview, where you were asked the question, how would you feel if Donald Trump beat you? How would you feel after you lost? And you said, well, as long as I did the best I could do, that's the most important thing. That's caused Democrats concern, who believe that losing is not an option. What would you say to those who...
That's that Hillary Clinton thing, laughing when somebody says something that ain't damn funny. There ain't nothing funny about that, Joe. He's probably got his handlers there holding up big ass cue cards to tell, laugh. He don't even know what the hell he's laughing at. They're probably saying, say this. Okay, say this. He doesn't have he's on the telephone with them. They probably got a teleprompter sitting in front of him right now. So they're asking questions here. Laugh. Okay.
That's the most important thing. That's caused Democrats concern, who believe that losing is not an option. What would you say to those who are concerned by that answer?
It's not an option. And I've not lost. I haven't lost. I beat him last time. I'll beat him this time. And this is a guy who, look, we talk about debates. Look at his performance at debates. He lied over, Trump has 50 lies.
Democrats, all I can say is every time you all keep saying Donald Trump lied, that apparently all that screams is desperation. That isn't some winning slogan. That isn't some fantastic punchline that is getting the people on their feet. We heard you the first 50 times. If this is the only thing that your spin meisters could give you is, well, tell them Trump lied. That's not an argument for you. That isn't an argument to encourage people for you. Politicians lying, what the hell? They all do, including you, Joe. Damn sure does. That is not a winning argument. And literally from Bowling Ball Martin to Karine Jean-Pierre, that's the only thing they're all saying. That means you all are out of answers. Forget everything else. That's not some buzzer beater statement to make. That's not some knockout punch that's like, oh, this is going to turn things around. This isn't some home run slogan you're throwing out there that's about to turn things around. And if we can just let the American people know, dude, come on. That's not working. Whoever in the hell is telling him that, all the folk telling him that, it's like, okay, that says desperation every time you all say that ultra cringe statement. We all know you're going to say it now. It doesn't have any effect. It's not having a punch. It doesn't stick. That's not what people don't like about Donald Trump. The best thing that Donald Trump has done for himself since that debate is just basically go low key and let the media sit up here and feast on Biden and say nothing. He's not that's the only thing I'd be worried about with Trump, is that he'll reinforce the negative things people don't like about him. As long as he's sitting back and saying nothing, it's very easy to dismiss him saying nothing. Joe, you're not making an argument for yourself, and neither are your spin meisters. Donald Trump lied, and that's not an argument to help you. The things that people don't like about, for hardcore, all this really means is you're trying to recruit your hardcore Democrats, which means that you're really desperate. You're not saying something that your hardcore followers, anybody but Trumpers, don't believe. So you can't, that's not something that they don't already know. You're not trying to convince them, so why are you saying it? You must be trying to get them excited about you. Well, that's not going to work either. That won't work either. So desperation is set in. He's trying to galvanize his own base. You know, Trump lied. Come support me because Trump lied. It's like, okay, all right, you're out of answers.
I mean, look, this is a guy who says 10% of the universe. I want to get into it, but he's just a liar. And he hasn't done a damn thing since the debate.
You haven't done a damn thing since 2020, 2008, 1973.
Riding around in a golf cart for 10 days or down in Mar-a-Lago talking with his wealthy friend. I'm not running because of these guys, Joe. I'm running because, and you know me well enough to know this from the very beginning, I ran because I never bought on to the trickle-down economic theory. I never bought into the notion that we have to walk away from the rest of the world and cave.
He bought into segregation. He bought into keep Negroes down. He bought into the prison industrial complex. I can name the things he did buy into.
To Putin or anybody else. I've never believed any of that. And I'm confident that's where the American people are.
He believed in mass incarceration. He believes in Biden base pipes.
So what I did was I went out and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any slippage at all. And with the average voter, I don't care what the millionaires think. And by the way, 97% of all the people who contribute to us are people making under 200, contribute under $200. I think we have the largest contingent ever in history. I'm not positive of that, but I think that's true. And so I want their support, but that's not the reason I'm running.
Okay, let me back this up and play that part again.
Friend, I'm not running because of these guys, Joe.
Who believe.
And he hadn't done a damn thing. 10 days was down in Mar-a-Lago talking with his wealthy friend. I'm not running because of these guys, Joe. I'm running because, and you know me well enough to know this from the very beginning, I ran because I never bought on to the trickle-down economic theory. I never bought into the notion that we have to walk away from the rest of the world and cave to Putin or anybody else. I've never believed any of that. And I'm confident that's where the American people are. So what I did was I went out and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any slippage at all. And with the average voter, I don't care what the millionaires think. And by the way, 97% of all the people who contribute to us are people making under 200, contribute under $200.
I don't care what the millionaires think. I don't care what the millionaires think. I want to go back and play that so you all could hear that and understand. It's like, okay, well, I'm not making that up. That's what the man said. He doesn't care what the millionaires think. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. I'm very glad to hear that because, of course, I wouldn't want anything to come up here that would lead people to think that you are very desperately concerned about what the millionaires and billionaires think. Oh, goodness. Well, what in the hell? What do you all know here? Now, he gave this interview to Morning Joe this morning. Now, I don't know if this qualifies as a lie, a fib, a gaffe, misleading, but as you all know, I'm on the Biden-Harris campaign's email list. I literally now get like 7 emails a day. This is the most recent email that has come from the Biden-Harris campaign. This is the most recent one. This one was as of 1:47 when I got it this afternoon. As of 1:47. As I say, I'm bringing you all the up-to-date, up-to-the-minute information here. And as you can see on your screen, $25. My Joe Biden, $25 one time. That's how much we're asking grassroots supporters to give right now. Now listen to this next part. Trump's FEC filing reveals that he has closed the fundraising gap with our campaign after far-right billionaire donors flooded his campaign coffers with millions and millions of dollars following his conviction last quarter. Damn! So in other words, Joe Biden and Alvin Bad Built Bragg and Fannie the Mammy Willis, they helped Donald Trump close the fundraising gap in 1 month. Not 1 year, 1 month. By chasing after him and convicting him, his conviction put him ahead. He got more money. And now he's officially filed with the Federal Election Commission to let them know, yeah, this is how much we took in. He didn't say we took in more and then filed something different. He's telling them, yeah, oh, we took in a boatload. Oh, we took it all in. Thanks for convicting me, because everybody stepped up to the plate when they saw that happen. Blew up right in their faces. Now listen to this next part. And if that wasn't bad enough, new reporting revealed a mega donor gave $50 million to Trump's super PAC. What? Damn! If that's all you need to hear, please use the link below. I'll bypass. You go down here a little bit further. It says, as you read this, President Biden is already getting pummeled on the internet and across the airwaves by Donald Trump and his MAGA cronies. Wait a minute, because we already covered this yesterday, didn't we? It's not Donald Trump's people that are going after Biden right now. It's Biden's own people who are gobbling him up. Folks, this is from the Biden-Harris campaign now. This is from the Biden-Harris campaign. They're not talking about Democrats. By the way, there's another email where they talked about that. But this is what they're saying. They're taking over Fox News. They're taking over social media. So they're just the old talking points. Fox News, right wing. What about the folks in your party, Joe? They're taking over advertising time. It's wall-to-wall news coverage. Joe Biden's debate is wall-to-wall news coverage, not Fox News. It's only going to get worse after this massive $331 million influx of cash to Donald Trump's campaign last quarter. That's why we're asking for your immediate support to fight back and break through the lies and attacks. So I wanted to show you all. Joe Biden just sat here this morning and told you that he didn't care what the millionaires think. The millionaires who are supporting Trump at that golf course. Meanwhile, in my email, that's what he said this morning, but in my email this afternoon, first thing he says, hey, Jason, them millionaires with Trump putting on our ass. Brother, can you spare a dime? Matter of fact, a dime ain't enough. Can we get $25? Can I get $25 from you, Jason? I want you to understand that. He just sat there this morning and told you, I don't care what the millionaires think. Shows up in my email this afternoon. Yeah, the millionaires is putting it on us. I mean, one fella sat up here and dropped 50 mil. Do you know how much stuff you can buy for $50 million? Do you know how rich you got to be to drop $50 million into somebody's presidential campaign, not your own? Do you realize how much money they must have made? Do you realize how much money Trump's tax cuts or whatever must have helped them to make that they got an extra 50 mil that they could drop off? Here you go, Trump. I ain't doing nothing with it. Here you go. Do you understand what you and me could do with $50 million? This is why we need reparations. Do you understand what you could do with $50 million? And they just gave it to somebody's presidential campaign, not even their own. It isn't even their own presidential campaign they're paying for somebody else's. So I just wanted to put that in perspective for you. Well, you say you could buy a new water system in Mississippi. Certainly in Jackson you could. So just think about that for a few moments. Biden says he is not worried. I'm like, fella, if you're not worried, like John Wick, if you're not worried, you should be, based on what I'm seeing.
And I'm confident that's what the American people are. So what I did was I went out and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any slippage at all. And with the average voter, I don't care what the millionaires think. And by the way, 97% of all the people who contribute to us are people making under 200, contributing under $200. I think we have the largest contingent ever in history. I'm not positive of that, but I think that's true.
I think you need to, according to the email you sent me, them little folks is one thing. You need to go get some more whales, dude. You need to get a few more millionaires that you can pass the hat to, because Trump is going for the big dollar people and it's working. So I'm getting small donations. Yeah, you might want to go for some of them millionaires after all.
And so I want their support, but that's not the reason I'm running. I'm not running about what they think or what they care about. And by the way, you don't see a whole hell of a lot of them flocking to Trump. You don't see a whole lot of CEOs flocking to Trump.
You don't see a whole lot of them flocking to Trump. That's not what your email said to me this afternoon, Joe. I don't know if this qualifies as a lie, a fib. You all can tell me, because you just heard what he said this morning on Morning Joe on MSNBC. And there's not a bunch of millionaires flocking to Trump. Okay, well, that's strange, because this is the email your campaign put out this afternoon. So, yeah, I just thought I would go ahead and let you all be abreast of that. And by the way, I know some of y'all might have heard this interview on MSNBC. You might not know what his campaign is sending out for the emails. Well, I got it, and he's very concerned about the millionaires.
You don't see you see the major economists out there talking about what I have been able to do. I don't hear anybody talking about his economic plan likely to bring America around and keep America first. And by the way, here's Trump talking about all that he's done and Trump and his debate night. He's a pathological liar. He lied about Roe. He refused to accept the outcome of the election. He refused to condemn January 6th, and he they claim he spoke with Putin before he invaded.
So 1 minute you're talking about Trump and millionaires, the next second Trump and the economy, the next second Trump and Putin. It's like, okay, dude, if you're trying to convince us, this is little old Mika Brzezinski was just looking so meebish. If this is supposed to be encouraging us, this is not the way to do it, sir. This is a rambling train of consciousness.
What the hell are we doing, Joe? What are we doing?
That's exactly what Democrats are asking themselves about you right now. What the hell are we doing?
This is bizarre.
No. It's a good question. I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I know you know where I stand. And yet I have a few.
Oh, so Mika took a little time off from her trip to the divorce lawyer? After what I played for y'all yesterday, by the way. So Mika is she's taking a detour from the divorce lawyer's office to come in here and do this interview with Joe today. It's Joe Scarborough today. It's all right. She took a detour on her way to divorce court. All right, glad to see they're gonna try to hold it together till they work out the details about this about this separation.
Few questions. First, it's very simple. How can you assure the American people that you won't have another night like the one you did in Atlanta?
Why would you ask him that? Why would you ask Joe Biden a question like that? Why would you do that, Mika? All you're going to do is get the folks on your side of the aisle to hate you. What are you going to do to assure us that you're not going to have another night like that one? That's not what you're supposed to say, Mika. What you're supposed to say is, what are you going to do for the American people? You're supposed to say, we don't give a damn if every night that you have is like that debate night. That's what you're supposed to say. Now at least that's where Bowling Ball Martin and friends got that correct. They don't give a damn. Vote blue no matter who. We don't give a damn if what happens at the next debate. This is our candidate no matter what. First thing she said, what you gonna do to make sure you don't repeat that and fumble all over yourself? Mika, that's not helping. You're giving him an impossible task. You're supposed to make this as easy as possible. Not as difficult. That's that garbage that Steve Harvey was trying to do with Kamala Harris, which was wrong in that occasion because she's the one who needs help. Joe Biden needs that from you now. You just, okay, he's already stumbled and fell. You're supposed to just sit up here and make it easy for him. First thing she comes out, make it hard. Don't do that again. What you gonna do to make sure that we don't look stupid? What are you gonna do? Man, what can he do? You're giving him an impossible task.
Good question. I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I know you know where I stand.
Oh, by the way, yeah, let me go ahead and throw this up on the screen because, fair use, YouTube, MSNBC, Democrats, anybody else out there, fair use. But take a look on your screens here, everyone, right quick. I want you to see what was going on here. I keep the still picture up there most of the time, but I want you to see the body language. Take a look at the body language of Joe Scarborough. Now, that's his wife now, Mika Brzezinski. And if you missed the program last night, that Joe and Mika got into it right after the debate on air. They got into it. MSNBC does not want you to see that footage. But if you missed last night's program, you need to go watch that because I showed that coverage from that. So here we are. Take a look at Joe Scarborough's body language, everyone, when she says, I want to ask a couple of questions. Watch his body language.
Good question. I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I know you know where I stand.
Damn! Mika, do you need help? Mika, if you have been a victim of abuse, call 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933, your personal access code. I don't know if I can help. I will definitely broadcast it. I don't know if I can help. But do y'all see y'all see what he just did? So I got some questions to ask. And he's just like, I'm going back to the house to go throw your stuff out. Oh, do y'all see how his body, take a look where his arm is. He's damn near sitting on top of her. Oh, this is not intimidating? And y'all are worried about what's happening over there at the Biden campaign? Y'all are worried about what the hell's happening on Fox News? You need to be concerned about what the hell's happening on MSNBC. That's where your focus needs to be. Your body, your choice, his ass, he ain't trying to hear none of it. None of it.
What are we doing? This is bizarre.
No.
It's a good question. I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I know you know where I stand. And yet I have a few questions. First, it's very simple. How can you assure the American people that you won't have another night like the one you did in Atlanta?
Y'all, okay. All right. Oh, Joe Scarborough, don't look too comfortable now. Somebody in the chat room said, run, Mika, run. Yeah, buddy, I just thought y'all should see that. Just thought y'all should see. Oh, by the way, one more thing. I just noticed this. Look at both of their body language. Look at both their body language. Look what she does. Look what Joe does. When he shifts, take a look at this.
No.
It's a good question. I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I know you know where I stand. And yet I have a few questions. First, it's very...
Now, do you see that? She says, and yet I have a few questions, and she's looking at her husband when she says that. Do y'all see this? When she's like, I have a few, and yet I have a few questions, and she's looking at Joe Scarborough when she says that. Are y'all picking up all these dimensions here?
And yet, I have a few questions. First, it's very
Okay, so it sounds like somebody else is like, yeah, just look here, softball. And she's like, wait a minute. I got a few questions. And his whole body language has changed when he knew this was coming and he's not happy. And she knows he ain't happy. And she's like, I'm doing this anyway. And watch what her body language does right after she says it.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I know you know where I stand. And yet, I have a few questions. First, it's very simple. How can you assure the American people that you won't have another night like the one you did in Atlanta?
Now, do you see that right there? You saw where Joe Scarborough shifted back where he was, and then you see her start shifting over. So he's encroaching on that space, and she's sitting over here. I'll turn the volume off. He's encroaching on that space. She's sitting over here. As soon as she finishes and he straightens up, then she eases back over. You can have any body language expert in the world go ahead and take a look at that. I'm showing it to you here in real time. Do you see how that changed like that? So as soon as she wanted to speak, he's like, okay, let me infringe on this damn personal space of yours. And as soon as she finishes talking and he straightens back up, that's when she straightens back up and moves over. Okay. All righty. I'm sorry, I had to put on my cap for the business tonight, but by the way, power dynamics. Okay, and y'all saw what happened there. She started talking. Joe gets real defensive there. And she's like, well, I got questions. And she wasn't looking at the camera, which is ostensibly looking at Joe Biden when she says that. She's looking at her husband and saying, well, I've got questions. And he ain't looking happy. And he was looking at her face the whole time that she's asking, the whole time she's talking. He's not looking at the camera like he's supposed to be. He's looking at her face. And he don't want to stop looking at her face. And does this man look happy to you? You all tell me, does this look happy right here to you? Do you think that looks happy? Okay. All I say, folks, is stick a pin in this relationship. Yeah, Gloria Allred is out there somewhere licking her chops.
Auntie, chill.
Multi-million-dollar divorce in the making. Gloria Allred is out there somewhere licking her chops. She's out there somewhere like, okay, Park Avenue condo secured. That's all Gloria Allred's saying right now. Gloria Allred's like, Park Avenue condo secured. Third vacation home secured. Okay. Gloria basically has a template now. It's just like, all she needs to do is just fill in your name. Just tell her why you want a divorce, and she's basically got a template and just fill in your name. That's it. Just fill in your name, and we can go ahead and get the filing started and clean this bastard out.
Look at my career. I've not had many of those nights. It was a terrible night, and I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on faith that can intervene on your way to go to, work tomorrow? Age wasn't, the idea I'm too old. Created over 15 million jobs, 21 million insured for the ACA, beat Big Pharma, relieved student debts for 5 million people, first black woman in the court. So I think I had a significant run, and that's how I'd measure me. Measure me what I've done. And by the way,
measure by what you've done. Yeah, what you did at that debate. Can we talk about what you've done at that debate? This good question. By the way, look at old Mika. Oh, look at Mika there. Does that look okay to y'all? Take a look at Joe and take a look at Mika there. I'm like, okay, Mika, is you okay? Because this looks like everything except okay. This looks like everything except okay right now. So let me be careful here, but I did want y'all to see that. He's saying, look at his record. We are looking at the record.
In terms of my neurological capacity, I had a physical, a neurological physical as well in February. It's released. I released all my records, all of them. all of them. And I have a neurological test every single day. Try sitting behind this desk and making these decisions. You know it. Both of you know it.
What? I have a neurological test every day. Try sitting behind this desk. Fellas, for the men out there who are married, do you realize we ain't never gonna hear the end of this? Well, I can't say we because I was smart enough not to, but fellas, to those of you who got married, don't you know that's what your woman gonna be telling you from, you talking about your job, you think about how hard it is for me to sit on this couch and look at this TV while you gone. Think about that for a few moments. He's telling you he's doing heavy lifting, sitting behind that couch. So all of us who've worked construction, all of us who've done landscaping, all of us who have done physical labor, and it's like, oh no, that's not the real work. The real work is the neurological strain behind this desk over here. You don't understand what I'm going through. That's why I'm CEO. I'm CEO because this is where the real work getting done right here. You got it easy sitting down there picking up them pallets and carrying around them engine hoists, and you got the easy road. It's hard over here for me to look at these numbers and hard for me to do this. Nice air-conditioned office while you're out there in the 101-degree heat. It's rough out here for a pimp.
They know it. I'm not bad at what I do. And now, it doesn't mean I never make a mistake. I do. But I'm making those decisions.
Mr. President, if anybody in my family had a night like that, like if Joe had a...
Okay, do you see that again? Yeah, I'm going to just keep the video rolling here for a moment. Do y'all see what just happened again? Do you see what just happened again? Take a look at what Joe Scarborough just did when she started talking. And then take a look at what she did.
Mistake I do, but I'm making those decisions.
Mr. President, if anybody in my family had a night like that, like if Joe had my Joe.
You see that? Do y'all see it again? So, that wasn't no anomaly the first time, because he knows she about to go back to it. I just wanted you to see that. Okay, Jason's just making this up, or are you all seeing the same obvious nonverbal body language that I'm pointing out?
It doesn't mean I never make a mistake. I do, but I'm making those decisions.
Mr. President, if anybody in my family had a night like that, like if Joe had my Joe had a night like that, or my kids or anybody, I'd probably want to do some sort of workup and medical workup and make sure he's okay. Have you been tested for any age-related illnesses, pre-Parkinson's, or anything like that that might explain sort of having a night like that where you couldn't finish sentences?
If that woman moved any further over to the left on the screen, she'd be hanging outside of it. So I'm like, if she moved over any further left, so, it was not so great there, man. So you go back where they were before here, and you take a look at Joe Scarborough. I want to see something right here.
And yet I have a few questions. First, it's very simple.
His Joe Scarborough's woman is all the way out of pocket. She is all the way out of pocket. She all the way out of line, and he don't know what to do.
How can you assure the American people that you won't have another night like the one you did in Atlanta?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Take a look at Joe Scarborough's hands where they are the first time she asked that question. Take a look at where his hands are the first time she asked that question. So she asked this the first time. Look at his body language. Look at hers. Okay. And then see where his hands go the first time. Take a look at this the first time that when she gets done talking. That's where his hands go. Now let's go here to the second time. I want y'all to see what his hands do. Because that's where his hands were before at the end, as a matter of fact, when he's doing it before. That's where his hands were. Take a look at his hands now.
Decisions. You know it. Both of you know it. They know it. I'm not bad at what I do. And now, it doesn't mean I never make a mistake. I do. But I'm making those decisions.
Okay, now he's smiling a little bit. Watch what happened when she started talking.
Mr. President, if anybody in my family had a night like that, like...
look at them hands. Look at his expression. Somebody say he turning red. Well, he looks redder than she does. But to take a look at them hands, y'all.
My Joe had a night like that, or my kids, or anybody, I'd probably want to do some sort of workup and medical workup and make sure he's okay. Have you been?
He's not butting in. He's not saying nothing. He's not inserting anything. He's not commenting. He's just sitting there like, ho, please.
Tested for any age-related illnesses, pre-Parkinson's, or anything like that, that might explain sort of having a night like that where you couldn't finish sentences.
And you see, he got his hands together and he never takes them apart. They're together over here. And when she finishes talking, he's just holding his hands over here. So I don't know which pimp pre-slap it is, but what I will say is, oh, folks, body language. Body language. What does this body language say to you all? I'll let you make of this what you will, but this was this morning on MSNBC. Now, them two got into it on June 28th, right after the debate. If you didn't see my program last night, on airs, she talking about everyone needs to calm down. Everyone is calmed down, Mika. You're the only one raising your voice. We're all calm. I'm like, oh, hell, here we are again. Okay.
Finish sentences.
Look,
there ain't nothing to laugh about, Joe Biden. That's nothing to laugh about. There was nothing funny about that. There was nothing funny in that statement. She didn't say, and that was not a laugh line. You don't laugh off people saying, you know what, I think you're going to see now. That's not a laugh line. That's not something you take lightly. That's not something you make light of. That's not something, make it look, that's what Hillary Clinton's people told her, that when people say these things about you, laugh at them, and that's the way people will take it, is that it's not serious or it's not to be taken seriously. How the hell did that end? It ended in the election of Donald Trump. Joe Biden is doing the exact same damn thing. I'm like, these people get the same stupid bad advice from the same stupid people who don't know. Or at least that's the only thing they can think to say. Maybe that's the best they can come up with when you have a candidate who's having difficulty even walking. That's not something that you laugh about. That's not funny. There's nothing funny about somebody questioning your cognitive abilities.
Look, I was feeling so badly before the debate. When I came back, they tested me for, I thought maybe I had COVID, maybe there was something wrong, I had an infection or something. They tested me, they gave me those tests, I was clear. So, but look.
Joe Scarborough, you got a teleprompter. You don't need the papers on your screen, sir. You have a teleprompter. That is nervousness. By the way, look at his wife's face. Joe is fidgeting. Look at his wife's face, everyone. Take a look at what happens to her face and then look what Joe himself starts doing. They just nervous as hell when he starts saying that.
Maybe there was something wrong. I had an infection or something. They tested me. They gave me those tests. I was clear. So, but look, I had a bad night.
He starts, and then they switch to some B-roll footage from the debate. As soon as he starts talking about, I had COVID. Her face, she's like, Joe Scarborough starts fidgeting with papers. It's like, yeah, this is not the move. This is not the move.
Infection or something. They tested me. They gave me those tests. I was clear. So, but look, I had a bad night. But the fact of the matter is, look at what I'm doing. I mean, let me put it this way. If there was something that was wrong that night, it's not like it comes and that's one night and it goes away. That's why I've been out. I've been testing myself. Been testing everywhere I go.
That's why you talked to George Stephanopoulos in an edited interview. That's why you're talking to Joe and Mika Brzezinski on the phone, one question at a time, so you all can't see my handlers over here telling me what to say. Just one question at a time here. So, yeah, this instills confidence. Not.
Okay.
Going out and making the case. The night of that debate, I went out. I was out till 2 o'clock in the morning that very night. That very night, it drives me nuts, people talking about this. That very night, I was talking to Gloria.
It drives me nuts, people talking about this. That's amazing, because when she asked you the question, you was laughing at first. Now you've gone from laughing to it drives you nuts. I imagine it is driving you nuts.
Crowds. Look at the crowds we've gathered everywhere from Atlanta to North Carolina to Pennsylvania, and look at the enthusiasm. But it was right after. Where the hell's Trump been? What has Trump said or done?
Trump has been sitting back collecting money cash over fist, watching you crash and burn. He's living the easy life. Where's Trump at? You worrying about the wrong damn thing. Folks, he's supposed to be talking about his care. Listen to General Henry beat up on the other guy. No, actually, you don't want to keep bringing up Trump, because Trump looks confident. Trump looks coherent. Trump looks in control. Stop putting attention on Trump. You need to bolster your bona fides. Putting attention on Trump for what? He's at the golf course living the easy life. He doesn't have to fight. You the one trying to convince people that you haven't lost your mind. You talking about, where's Trump at? And there's the other problem is Joe. Folks are worried that you don't know things. Then by the way, where's Trump at? You don't know? You don't know where he is? Just saying.
Except deny and lie about what he's for.
Okay, so you have repeatedly said that all of these people and entities are wrong. And let me go through them. The New York Times editorial board, The Economist, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the Boston Globe, Jerry Nadler, Seth Moulton. Let me go to Julian Castro, Tim Ryan, David Axelrod, David Remnick, Richard Haas. Yeah, I know which one you're responding to there. Zeke Emanuel. But they're saying that you should step aside. So what is your plan of attack moving forward? These are pretty big names.
To go out and keep doing their big names, but I don't care what those big names think. They were wrong in 2020. They're wrong in 2022 about the red wave. They're wrong in 2024. And come out with me. Watch people react. You make a judgment. You make a judgment. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I'm going to have all these foreign leaders here. I've been in contact with the new British Prime Minister. Anyway, look, the country, the rest of the world is looking. Our allies are looking for U.S. leadership. Who else do you think could step in here and do this? I expanded NATO.
Our allies are looking for U.S. leadership from the guy who had to be let off stage by his wife. I guess that is qualifying as U.S. leadership, I suppose.
I solidified NATO. Ask your brother about it in Poland.
Oh, hell. Ask your brother about it, Mika. Okay. All right. Between him and Joe Scarborough, double teaming on the ass right there. She didn't step wrong.
Made sure that we're in a position where we have a coalition of people of the nations around the world to deal with China, with Russia, with everything that's going on in the world. We're making real progress. The Biden plan, which got in Israel for the Gaza Strip, is something that was adopted by the UN Security Council. Whether it comes to fruition, it's awful close. We'll see. G7's okay. But look.
Yeah. He's trying to name off his foreign policy list. His folk there sitting with him there. Name off everything you've done. Throw it all at the wall right there. We're losing Jewish support. We're losing Muslim support. We're losing black support. Just name everything. Hey, there's a black woman in the gorge. Gaza. NATO. And you haven't convinced people that you can actually really remember these things. Folks, okay, let me explain something to you and remind you all of something. I'm sure you all are familiar with the notion that how do you spot a liar? And one of the methods that you can use to spot a liar is when they start talking and they really just start filibustering, filling the air with sound, filling the air with noise. They're just going on and on. They keep just trying to fill each second with more and more sound. They're not giving you more information. They're just talking more. That he keeps rambling off these lists. But did that really give you any information about what you actually asked? You asked about his cognitive abilities, and he's running down a list of other things, trying to convince you the fact that he can ramble off a coherent list of other things. And what I'm saying is that that's one of the telltale signs you look for somebody who's trying to get over on you, or a con man or something. They're filling the minute with sound, and they're trying to talk and go on, and they're not allowing you to speak or have a word in edgewise, especially to stop them and say, hey, wait a minute, but that's not what I asked you. Y'all notice that when people call me up, if I ask them a question and their answer immediately diverts off into something else, you know that, Jason, let them talk. Sit your stupid self down. No, if you're asked a question and you start rambling and running off in another direction, you have just exposed a telltale sign of dishonesty. If you are asked a question, you should be directly addressing the question I asked, and all the words you are using should be simply giving me more information if it is required, only if it's required, because if it's a yes or no question, it doesn't require more information. But if it requires more information, the more information you're giving should be filling in what you just said when you addressed my question. Well, that's not what he's doing. He was asked about his cognitive abilities, and then he wants to ramble off a resume. And he's not letting you have a word in edgewise. Also, by the way, this interview is 18 minutes and 50 seconds long, or at least this video clip is, which would be in keeping and consistent with George Stephanopoulos. So it's like, they told everybody it'd be like 15 minutes. So if all he's offering y'all is 15 minutes, okay, listen, we're taking baby steps, baby steps.
I'm not going to explain any more about what I should or shouldn't do. I am running.
You are going to continue explaining. I don't know why he's lying right now, because that's the only thing anybody's going to ask you. So, yes, you will continue answering this question.
I am running. Mm-hmm. And if you want to stop me,
I wanted to ask you, it's so interesting. You talked about how, you were supposed to lose in 2020. You won. There's supposed to be a huge wave in 2022. There wasn't. In 2023, Republicans were supposed to win. They didn't. You could say the same thing about France. Le Pen was supposed to win in 2 years ago. She ended up getting crushed. Her party, her far-right nationalist extreme party, was supposed to win yesterday. They ended up getting crushed. I'm curious, what message do you take from the French elections and the British elections? Because we keep hearing about the rise of far-right nationalist extremism in Europe. But I've got to say, it looks like this past week has been the worst week for far-right nationalists between Britain and France. I'm wondering what you say about that and what message you take to NATO allies this week.
To the folks in the chat room who keep saying that's AI, Chat GPT, you know me. You all know I'm grounded. You know me. So understand me when I say this. I listened to this audio, and I am not 100% convinced that there is not some processing going on. No, I know you were expecting me to say the opposite. Actually, I'm listening to this audio, and I'm not going to shade this to you. I can't definitively say that it's AI or something like that, but what I will tell you is I'm listening to it. And I've heard what sound like these little clips every once in a while. I heard it at the beginning, hearing things that sound like slight clips on certain words. And based on what I'm hearing, I cannot rule out the possibility of some type of processing going on of his voice. Some type of processing. I'm not saying that it definitively is, but contrary to what you all might believe, and you know me, I don't go chasing off after wild speculation. I don't do that. I don't go clickbaiting. I don't go clout chasing. I don't just say things to be saying things. But I will say that, by the way, yeah, I couldn't help but notice I can't rule out that there may be some processing going on, and that's the reason why they wanted to do this by phone and not by Zoom. Joe Biden has a video uplink anywhere around the world. He has a video uplink to be able to talk to you anywhere on the planet. And yet he is insisting to not do this interview on camera. You know he's got the video equipment. I mean, every president, every candidate, hell, every guest they have. And yet he's not doing that. They're insisting that it be strictly audio. That's not reassuring. Why would you do that? So for those of you who keep talking about AI, I'm not going to say it's definitively right, but if I'm going to be totally candid with you, no, I am not going to sit here and tell you, no, that's outrageous. AI, maybe not AI. Some type of processing, something to help that voice. Well, I can't say I can rule that one out.
Look, Joe, let's get something clear about 20 and 24. Not only were they wrong, I said they were wrong beforehand. I said we were going to win and how we were going to win. I didn't pretend about it. It wasn't like, oh my God, I was surprised. I was not surprised. I predicted it. I knew what we were doing, number one. Number two, you may remember, I was one of the few people out there publicly saying before the 2022 election, there will be no red wave. There will be no red wave. Because I've been all over the country. I didn't believe it at all. And then in 2023, the key elections, I went into those races. Not every one of them, but a lot of them. And I said we were going to win. Look, we won those. So, Joe, it wasn't just that it didn't happen. I was predicting beforehand it would not happen. Because I've got a pretty good political instinct and eye. And here's the deal. It's not going to happen here this time around. The American public is not going to move away from me as an average voter. And again, I'm here for two reasons, pal. One, to rebuild the economy for hardworking middle-class people, give everybody a shot, just a straight shot. Everybody gets a fair chance, number one. Number two, remember all this talk about how I don't have the black support? Come on, give me a break.
What? Nigga, please. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, he doesn't say what he got there. Just come out there on the trail with me. Like, we're all going to follow around the country. It's like, okay, all right. Okay.
Come with me. Watch. I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party.
They are the elites. What are you talking about? They are the elites. What the hell is this? Joe Scarborough worked on Capitol Hill. Mika Brzezinski and her daddy, Zbigniew. They are the elites. If they're not the elites, who the hell is? They've been doing this for decades. These are the people at your cocktail parties. They're the ones who write the articles. That's why she put them up there. Those are her friends. These are not random strangers. She knows all these damn people, all these publications. These are the elites. Does this count as a lie, y'all?
They know so much more. But any of these guys don't think I should run against me. Go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me at the convention. You know, on Europe, the polls are wrong in France.
By the way, now this lets you know, now that line that Joe Biden just used, he was doing this whole interview to get to the line he just used, which is what I was warning you all about all last week. Last night, you saw me go at it with a caller to say, no, I'm stopping this right here. No, the psychology here is very, very clear, based not on words, but behavior. Listen to what they're saying here. He said all this to come up to this point.
to rebuild the economy for hardworking middle-class people, give everybody a shot, just a straight shot. Everybody gets a fair chance, number one. Number two, remember all this talk about how I don't have the black support? Come on, give me a break. Come with me. Watch. I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more. But if any of these guys don't think I should run against me, go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me at the convention. You know.
Now, did you all hear that? Any of these people who think I shouldn't be running, then go ahead and run against me. Announce for president. Challenge me at the convention. Folks, he ain't stepping down. He's not stepping down. He just threw down the gauntlet. You want my seat? You're going to have to take it. You want my seat? Then challenge me. Announce for president. Challenge me at the convention if you want my seat. I'm not handing it over to you. I just want y'all to understand this. Now we're at the 15, this is an 18-minute clip, 18 minutes, 50-second clip. He's gotten all the way to 15 minutes to say, and by the way, all these people who think I shouldn't be running or they think they can challenge me, then go ahead and announce. Go ahead and launch your campaign. Go ahead and announce for president. Go ahead and challenge me at the convention. And what he's saying is, I'm not going, if you want me out, you're going to have to knock me out. I'm not stepping down. And he's saying this on national television in front of this, what he just said there is not for the voters, that's for the party. Anybody in the party who thinks they're going, the whispering campaigns behind the scenes, or the folk who've come out openly and said it, he's just saying, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. You're wondering how strong my mental faculties are. My mental faculties are strong enough to tell you, kiss my ass about stepping down. It's strong enough to tell you that. So, by the way, I just thought I'd let you know. Is what I was telling you. He's not going anywhere. He's outright telling you, yeah, anybody who thinks they can do this, why don't you go ahead and announce? Matter of fact, challenge me at the convention. Why don't you do that one? I think that's a great idea. So you notice what I'm saying is that he is deliberately invoking specters that you would be skeptical of. Now, take a look at Mika Brzezinski's body language. Take a look at hers.
Have the black support. Come on, give me a break. Come with me. Watch. I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more. But if any of these guys don't think I should run against me, go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me at the convention. You know, on Europe, the polls are wrong in France.
You saw the way she nodded her head slightly when he said that? I'm not saying that is approval. What I am saying is that among animals in the animal kingdom, that is her submitting. That he's outright saying, by the way, and if you think I'm afraid to say that somebody might challenge me at the convention, I'm not Jimmy Carter. So just in case somebody thinks I'm scared to introduce or publicly state the idea that somebody could think about challenging me at the convention, well, as a matter of fact, why don't you go ahead and do that? By him openly saying this publicly, it's like, if you think I'm scared to mention that, yeah, why don't you announce for president? Matter of fact, come challenge me. Understand, folks, you can't walk that backwards. You cannot walk that backwards. That is him calling their bluff. He is right now openly calling everybody's bluff. Damn the newspapers, damn the pundits, damn the commentators, damn the low-level Democrats sitting up here talking trash. He's like, anybody who wants this seat, why don't you show up at the convention if you think you can get it? If you think you can get it, come at the convention.
Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more. But if any of these guys don't think I should run against me, go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me at the convention.
Now, did you notice that last sentence there? Challenge me at the convention. He didn't say we'll talk about it at the convention. He's saying challenge me at the convention. What he's telling you is, I'm not stepping down. If you want it, then you can come challenge me at the convention. I'll be standing right there. Challenge me. You're going to have to fight for it. He didn't say I'll give it up at the convention. He didn't say we can discuss it at the convention. You don't believe it? Challenge me at the convention. Folks, he's not stepping down. He's not doing it. You can have my seat if you can take it. And he's letting you know, and that's what it's going to have to be. You're going to have to come take it. So you think I'm out of my mind? Well, I got enough of it left to tell you you're going to have to take it. I got enough of that. Does that help? So I've warned people. Your insight and analysis you'll receive nowhere else. I try to put you ahead of the curve. Jason, where do you see it going? I know power dynamics. I'm looking at behavior. I've analyzed the people around him. I know how political movements have to be. I know what this guy's going to have to do. I know the historical precedent here. No, he's going to stick it out to the bitter end. He is going to stick this out until the bitter end. Well, he's not going anywhere. And he's putting everybody on notice. Yeah, that little whispering campaign you all keep doing. Yeah, all those little things you keep saying. Somebody, are you going to run against me? You going to challenge me at the convention? Okay, let's do that. I'm saying it publicly. Yeah, about the convention, that whispering thing about the convention. Let me go ahead and put that to bed. Challenge me at the convention if you think I need to be out. Okay. He's letting all the would-be upstarts know this ain't your year. This ain't your year. Maybe 2028, but this isn't your year. This is mine. He's put them on notice. And that is what a power broker is supposed to do. If you suspect that there is murmuring, you suspect that there is that people are whispering against you, you suspect people are trying to mount an insurrection against you, you're supposed to go at it. Now let me go ahead and remind you all of what I said last night. Isn't that radically different from the way that Kamala Harris has handled it?
And deal with it, nigga.
Folks, do you remember what I said last night? Just last night. I said when even we here in the new black media, when we challenged Kamala Harris's black credentials, what did she do? She ran, she hid, she cowered, she dropped out the race. Remember what I said? The correct thing would have been for her to take that head on. You cannot allow people who are directly challenging your authority, especially over yourself. You can't allow that to slide. You can't allow that to stick. You got to turn around and face that head on. That's how you knock that down. You don't try to quarantine it, especially if you see quarantining is not working. You got to turn around and inoculate, and you have to turn around and inoculate quickly. Take a look at, contrast the way that Kamala Harris handled people challenging her credentials to the way that Joe Biden just told you how he's going to deal with people challenging him. It's like, if you want it, come and get it. You're challenging my credentials as president. Okay, fine. Why don't you come on over here? There's a time, there's a place, there's a slot. Step on up. Kamala Harris could have done that. Kamala Harris could have done that. I don't think it would have gone well. I don't think it would have ended well, but she could have done that. Kamala Harris, let me tell you, 3 years ago was the time for her to be at the Essence Festival and say, anybody trying to challenge my black credentials, I'll see you in New Orleans. What? Y'all think about that for a few moments. See, that's what a chick who owned the game would have done. anybody who challenging my black credentials, I'll see you in New Orleans. I'll see you there. Let me put this vice president thing to the side. I'll see you in New Orleans. Since my black credentials ain't good enough, I'll see you there. I'll be in New Orleans July 3rd. I'll see you there. And it can be whatever you want it to be. Since you think my black credentials are in question, I'll see you in New Orleans. I'll see you at Clark. I'll see you in Atlanta on July 22nd. I'll see you there if my black credentials are in question. I'll see you in Houston on August 3rd. I'll be in Houston August 3rd. We got an event there. You challenge my credentials. Houston, MLK Drive. I'll be right there. Anything you want to ask me, anything you want to say, you can come say it to my face. I'll be there. Since my black credentials are in question, I'll see you there. Now, if Kamala had said that, first of all, I still don't think it would have turned out so great because it's like, okay, well, we're going to be ready for that. But that would have gone a hell of a lot better than showing up with these weird ass fluorescent pantsuits. That would have gone a hell of a whole lot better. That's how you handle that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, if you're challenging her credentials, she's saying, pull up. Joe Biden is old as hell, and he's telling y'all, if you want my seat as president, pull up. If you want my seat, you're going to have to pull up. Kamala never said that. She never said, if you want my black credentials, you're going to have to pull up. You're going to have to pull up to get them. But then again, you'd have to also be confident that you could defend them. And there's the problem for Kamala. She doesn't know how to defend black credentials. She doesn't know how. So when it was time to do that, she didn't know how to do it. And there's old ass Joe Biden, the old Irish white dude, is showing you how you defend your credentials. If somebody's challenging you, somebody's questioning your position, somebody's questioning the king and his authority, especially if it's sticking, you don't sit up there and, oh, that didn't hurt. The hell it didn't. No, you turn around and say, wait a minute, who the hell back there making all that noise? Now, bring that nigga up front. You all see me do that here all the time. I do it every single week. I dodge nothing every single week. I be calling folk out. I was like, hey, wait a minute, what'd you say right there? Hey, you need to call me up. You need to call me up. Y'all know full well it is not difficult for that to happen. This okay, pull up, here you go. Jason's wrong about something. Whoa, hold on. That's the way you handle that. So I will give it to Biden's advisors. They at least got that part correct. They at least got that part correct, which is, and by the way, if you think I'm scared to talk about somebody challenging me at the convention, yeah, let me go ahead and address that. If you want it, come and get it. If you want the smoke, you can get it. And that's the right way to do it. Now that, he doesn't done some bunch of favors everywhere else, but that little cherry on the top at the end there. Yeah, by the way, and if you think I shouldn't be president, why don't you run? Challenge me he's showing you all your options. Go ahead and announce for president. See if the polls move. Challenge me at the convention. There's a pathway for you to get that. If you want me off the ticket, there's a pathway for you to get it. So he's sitting up saying, hey, I'm not the one stopping you. What Arsenio Hall say about Vanilla Ice talking trash to him? He said, man, there ain't nothing between you and me but air and opportunity. You want this presidency? There ain't nothing between you and the president's chair except me and opportunity. Anytime you want it, come and get it. Now that was the wise thing. That was the good thing to do right there. I don't know if it outweighs everything else, but that was effective. Now that one landed. Because here's the thing. Once he throws that in your lap, you're going to have to do something with it. You can't have this man sit up here and tell you, okay, well, if you don't think I should be president, well, you need to go ahead and challenge me. He just threw it in your lap. Hey, if you want it, come and take it. And now if he says that and none of these people jump up to go take it, just understand their position gets weaker every day that they don't go and get it. Every day that he says, if you want it, come and get it, and they don't make a move, that they get weaker every day that he says, you can come challenge me, and they don't do it. So he's called them out. He said, anybody who wants it, hey, go ahead and step on up. And if they don't move, y'all saw that when you were kids in school. Some of you did anyway. You out there on the playground, or it's time to go to the buses, or you got off the bus. Niggas is capping. They talking trash. And you like, okay, you know what? Today is the damn day everybody can get it. Somebody wants some. Who wants it? No. Damn all that talking y'all doing behind the scenes. Who wants it? No, don't worry about first class today. It's going to be first ass today. Who wants it? Anybody talking? I've heard enough of talking that noise. Who wants to get it? Damn a book, damn a study, damn some homework. Who wants to get the smoke today? Now, you all know what happens at that point when you say, okay, who wants to get down and get it? If nobody says anything, y'all all know what that does. Because you know what you just did. The little nigga can't sit up here later and tell me, I was going to do something right there, but I didn't want to mess up my new shoes over here. What? Yeah, I was going to put her on her damn ass, but I just got my nails and my hair did.
Nigga, please.
Yeah, I was going to cut that hoe off, but, it's Wednesday. We got Bible study tonight. That ain't going to fly. It's like, no, they called y'all out. It's time to step up if you're going to be about that business. Nobody's going to listen to you when they say, okay, pull on up then. And you still sitting over this. Okay, you just back down. You're done. You're done. You're done. So I'm just telling you all right now, Biden said that, and that is to tell the party, get in line. Anybody who wants it, get ready for a fight. That's it. That's it. He's letting you know he don't give a damn about debate performances, polls, political columns. He ain't paying no attention to any of that. If you want it, you're going to have to take it. If you want it, you're going to have to take it. And that was smart. And that was smart. That was wise. That was wise. Now that I would have advised Kamala Harris to do. I would have advised Kamala Harris to do that. I would have advised any of them to do that. In a situation like this where you're being questioned, that's the way you deal with insurrections and people questioning you. That's the way you deal with it. That's the way you deal with it. I want to switch over to something a little bit different here. Something a little bit different. Because Joe Biden is talking about, they say I don't have black support. And this just in. And this just in from Newsweek. Joe Biden stung as black voters want him replaced. So first he says he doesn't care about what millionaires have to say, and then he sends out the emails, by the way, these millionaires putting on my ass. I'm not worried about the black vote. I'm like, okay. I got the black vote, we fine. Okay. All right. You can see what Newsweek is saying today. The article says a large number of black voters think Joe Biden should not remain in the presidential race. Biden is facing escalating pressure to step aside following the June 7th debate against former President Donald Trump, in which he repeatedly struggled to complete sentences. The 81-year-old president's rocky performance sparked panic among some Democrats about his age and capacity to serve another term as president. So, yeah, just in case you needed things to get any worse for you there it is. A growing chorus of Democrats is now calling on Biden to step aside and be replaced at the top of the Democratic ticket ahead of the election. Biden has repeatedly insisted he will stay in the race. He received a warm welcome at a black church in Philadelphia on Sunday as he worked to reassure voters and save his embattled re-election campaign. However, 2 recent polls found that black voters, a demographic that helped send Biden to the White House in 2020, think Biden should not stay in the race. Recent polls have shown Biden is losing support among black voters, a critical part of his base. Well, that's interesting. We're such a critical part of his base that in 2020, the way he thanked us for it was to say, by the way, y'all need to get with Hispanics. What? Reparate what? So by the way, he's been so grateful to the black voter base that he's ignored it. Oh, look, I found one bed winch here. The rest of y'all can chew walnuts. While black voters still overwhelmingly back Biden over Trump, small shifts in voting patterns could ultimately sway races in crucial battleground states and affect the outcome of November's election. A nationwide New York Times Siena College poll conducted between June 28th and July 7th found that 47% of black voters think there should be a different Democratic nominee, while 43% think that Biden should remain as the party's nominee. Overall, the poll found that 60% of registered voters think that there should be a different nominee. Democrats were split. 48% said Biden should remain the nominee, while 47% said it should be someone else. Meanwhile, a CBS News YouGov poll conducted during the same period as the Times poll found that 42% of black voters think Biden should not run for president, while 58% think he should. Overall, 69% of voters think Biden shouldn't run, but only 41% of Democrats said the same. However, both polls found that a majority of black voters would still vote for Biden over Trump. 73% told the Times survey they would vote for Biden if the election were held today, while 77% said they would cast their ballot for Biden in the CBS News poll. Folks, these numbers here are not good. 73%, 77%, that's not good. That's not good. You don't want that number to stay there. That's not good. That's Trump beating Hillary Clinton territory there. That's not good. You better hope that those numbers are way hella wrong, because that's Trump beating Hillary Clinton metrics there. The views of black voters about whether Biden should be running are not very different from Democrats' opinions overall about this question. Kostas Panagalopoulos, a political science professor at Northeastern University, told Newsweek, quote, "It's clear that sizable segments of black voters believe Biden should step aside, but that's also true for Democrats in general." What? Both are problematic, especially given how crucial black voters are to the Democratic coalition. That said, it's still unlikely black voters would abandon Biden if he stays in the race. You don't need them to abandon you except by a few percentage points. Those margins would be enough. It's also unclear whether black voters would support a Biden alternative at higher rates. But blacks, like other Democrats and independents, may vote at lower rates in November, which is effectively as troublesome. Well, So now they're coming back and telling you, everybody you talk to nowadays, from Roland Martin to MSNBC to Newsweek, are telling you that they're worried that in November, black voters are not gonna show up. That even if they support Biden, that they still won't show up in the numbers that he needs. Now, what part of their internal polling is telling them this, that they keep saying this over and over and over again? Don't believe Jason Black. Now listen to these other people, these other outlets, and this is this steady mantra. By the way, we need the black vote to show up. By the way, we're worried about the black. Well, who's telling the black vote to stay at home? All y'all dumb folks. Steve Harvey, who telling y'all stay home and don't vote? Roland Martin, telling y'all stay home and don't vote. General Honoré, telling y'all stay home and don't vote. Newsweek, who's telling you stay home and don't vote? Every time you, Kamala Harris, who's telling you stay home and don't vote? Every time you turn around, folks, they're not mentioning this over and over again by accident. They're mentioning it over and over again because their polling and everything else has told them, we have a problem. The black vote is not energized. It is not enthusiastic. And they're not scared to just stay home. They may not vote against you, but you need them to show them vote for you. It says other polls have also found black voters are continuing to back Biden, while Trump's remarks about migrants taking black jobs during the debate may have caused him damage on the demographic. If you're saying may have, it didn't do a damn thing. It caused damage with Roland Martin. A CBS News YouGov poll that surveyed voters between June 28th and June 29th found more black voters thought Biden had won the debate. What? 39% said Biden did the better job, 25% said Trump did, and 35% thought it was a tie. All I can say is they must have talked to a bunch of old niggas. And still, it's just like, okay, if you saw that debate and thought that Biden won, it's just... All I can say is you're going to be, no offense to some of y'all ladies out there, you're going to be chasing them niggas for child support for the rest of your life because your whole mentality is messed up. If you think that Biden did a good job at the debate, you the kind of chick going to be chasing niggas for child support the rest of your days. And baby, you know I'm going to do right. Okay. Baby, you know I'm going to do. Don't, you know, I can't really pay that extra right there, baby. I'm gonna do right though. I'm gonna be by for his birthday this year. I'm coming by for his birthday this year, baby. You that kind of chick. So, yeah, it's all right. That goes beyond delusion and denial. We're way beyond that. Way beyond that. Or for some of you old dudes, that nigga ain't paid you back your money in 20 years. You should have whooped his ass the first time you saw him. The first time you pulled up on him and he didn't have your money, you should have beat his ass down like Stewie did on Family Guy. The dog did. I forget which one's Stewie, but I think Stewie's the kid. Yeah, beat your ass down. That's what you should have done when you saw him. Some of y'all got niggas who would have paid you if you had grabbed him by his damn collar. Hey, nigga, I ain't playing with you. Oh, okay. All right. Y'all know how it is. Niggas is broke right up until you grab them. They broke right up until you grab them. Hey, man, you know, I need that little money back, bruh. Oh, man, you know, I know I'm supposed to get it to you here. Yeah, it's been like 3 pay periods, you know. I'm going to get you. Y'all know niggas start easing toward their car when you do that. You call them an ABC liquor. You call me ABC liquor and this. Hey, bro, what we gonna do? Oh, hey, man. Oh, you know, hey, I'm gonna get back with you on this. Hey, you said that last couple times. This first of the month is. What's we doing? This. Y'all know what happens. Some of y'all have had to have that situation. I got my hand up over here. Some of us have had to have that situation. Hey, bruh. I ain't sitting in the car this time. It's like, oh, there he is. Spin that block. It's like, oh, let me bust this U right quick. Hey, dude. Now, y'all know if you like me, like what I do is I park behind a nigga sideways. Oh, I shouldn't even be talking about this now. They're going to be like, what is Jason went off on the tangent? No, let me take you back where I come. I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana. How we do it, you park in front of a nigga sideways behind his car. So you might be blocking 2 other parking spaces. No, let me get this finished today. So you see his car, he done parked right in front of the stove. It's like, okay, let me pull up right behind him sideways, right on the back of his car. Let me pull up just like this. Oh, we ain't going nowhere today. Nowhere. Hey, bruh. Hey, I need to get that little change. And you in the store spending money? Don't tell me you broke. I caught you at the liquor store. You got money for this Hennessy. You got money for this Bacardi, but you ain't got nothing for me? And you got this old hoe over here you told me was the reason you didn't have the money the first damn time. I thought she was in your pockets. I thought she had your own child support. I thought she did you wrong. The Hennessy sitting here, she said, oh, no, I can't take no excuses today. I got to get it. I got to get it today. Oh, Jason, you know, it's like this. Oh, I ain't really got this. I'm not doing. Oh, man, what you doing this? I'm not taking no excuses today. I ain't trying to hear it. Oh, come on, bro. You ain't got to do me like that. No, let me hold that. Oh, no, bro. I got to hold that change. I got to hold you. What's it going to be? Because you might not have my money, but I got bail money. So what's it going to be, Jack? What's it going to be, Jack? It can go down right here. I know I'm saying too much. I know I'm saying too much. But some of y'all done had to live that life. My people in Chicago, the rest of the country don't really understand it like this. They think I'm going too far. But my people in Chicago, my people in the Bay, my people in Oakland, my people in Houston, y'all know sometimes we got to do it. The rest of the country might not understand us, but y'all know sometimes we got to do it. Sometimes we got to do it. So for my folks from certain cities, y'all know to get down. New Orleans, Houston, Oakland, Chicago. It's like, oh, no, nigga, today. No. Biloxi. No. As soon as when you drive by the liquor store, you see him. Oh, there that damn Buick Regal is. There it is. This nigga been dodging me and everything. Go by his house. This nigga sleeping everywhere but where he lives. Oh, he done messed around and stopped his ass at Popeyes. Oh, there he is. Oh, no. I can't wait till next week. It'll be another month before I find him again. No. Let's go take care of this right now. And he think he gonna give me an excuse. I'm taking no excuses today. None. I'm taking no excuses. So for certain folk from certain cities, Little Rock, Arkansas. Oh, I'm saying Memphis. Damn. Oh, my Memphis niggas. Okay, y'all can say what you want to about Memphis. I'm just gonna tell y'all the truth. When you see what happened to a nigga on the 6 o'clock news, he should have paid that nigga. What? I'm just gonna say it right now. Memphis, there's a reason why I'm not giving y'all trouble over this right now. It's because folks don't understand. It's like, wait a minute now. They see something happen on the 6 o'clock news. I'm like, yeah, he should have paid that dude. Old boy been trying to catch up with him for a minute. He called up within the night. He was either talking noise or another excuse. I'm like, oh no, bro, I'm taking no excuses tonight. None. Memphis news at 6. All right. So if y'all wonder why I'm not beating up on Memphis too much, like, by the way, in Memphis, you know full damn well if the man told you pay him, he ain't bull jiving. He meant that. Nashville is getting bougie. Memphis is still gully. Nashville getting bougie. Come on up Interstate 40. Memphis is still about the life. So it's no. He said the next time you got 1 week, it's loan shark time. You got 1 week, bro. I ain't bull jiving. I better have it. Okay. All right. So, as I say, some of y'all just do not understand. So what I'm saying right now, that's going to rub a lot of folks the wrong way. They're like, oh, and it's Jason, why you got to talk like that? And it's black unity. All right, man, go on. Jason talking that old street stuff right there. And the black unity. All right. So, some of y'all feel what I'm saying. Some of y'all understand that. Hell, some of y'all done did it. I'm talking about the females. I'm not even talking about the men. I'm talking about the females. Some of you chicks, Y'all done had to catch up to that heifer at the damn hair salon. Damn! Come on now. Some of y'all chicks when you were younger, because some of y'all are in your 50s, so you can't really throw down like that. Some of y'all when you was in your 20s and 30s, you had to catch up with that broad at the nail salon, at the hair salon. It's like, oh, there she is. There she is. I gave her some money for her rent. There she is. Getting her hair done and her nails done. Now, she ain't gave me dime one, but she getting her hair did and the nails did. And it's, oh, no. Oh, I can't leave today. Oh, baby, I'm so glad you're getting your hair done because it's about to get toe up from the flow up. It's about to get toe up from the flow up. Break my bread. Some of y'all hoes, let me not say that right now. I can't say the whole word tonight. They in the audience here. Some of y'all heifers up in here, you got roommates. Damn. Some of y'all heifers got roommates. You done had to break down on her because she ain't slid that cash. You're not one of these old Democrat voters. It's like, okay, she ain't slid your bread back yet. I'm talking about y'all got him in the damn house. What in the hell? They sitting in the damn house with you. They sitting in the apartment with you. You sat up there and saw them. It's like, oh man, what the hell we doing here? Y'all know it. I wasn't even talking about the fellas here. I'm like, y'all know about the chicks. That's why you see them TikTok videos and whatnot. Oh, that heifer should have paid her. The strip club. Why do you think all them fights been breaking down? It's like, heifer, she ain't playing about her money. When she said the next time I see you, she meant the next time I see you. That's what she meant. Hey, nigga, ABC Liquor, the next time I see you. I meant the next time I see you. Biden did good at the debate. Oh, y'all them niggas be chasing folk around for 20 years. No, I'm different. I'm different. I'm not chasing your ass around for 20 years. Damn that. No, I'm not going to pretend I don't see this. Damn that. Some folks are offended. I don't know why people think I'm going to change what I'm doing, by the way. I don't know why you think I'm going to change the delivery or what I'm doing. Look, I'm just going to keep it real. If that offends you, so be it. So be it. I'm just going to keep it real. If you sitting there at the damn church, you sitting there at the church, pretending you getting saved or whatever, and you upset and why he talking like that? I'm talking like that because that's real life. No, I'm just keeping it real. That's real life. That really is. You keep your words. Some of y'all are used to folks lying to you, and you've gotten so accustomed to people lying to you that you become a liar to yourself, and you think that's okay to do. It's like, hell no. You don't support people who lie to you. Somebody give you their damn word. It's like, okay, you got to stand on that. You got to stand on that. You shouldn't be a person who your word is worthless. Nor should you keep people around you whose word is worthless. Y'all been around so many old niggas. Some of y'all, your mamas, your daddies, your grandmamas, your granddaddies, that messed you over your whole damn lives, and look what you become. So when politicians pull up and do the same damn thing, you're sitting up here replicating that damn dysfunctional ass environment you grew up with at home. And so your daddy was a liar, your mama was a liar, Joe Biden is sitting up here and then you giving them benefits. Some of y'all that had parents and grandparents done did you straight dirty. Okay, well, let me come pick you up and help them to the grocery store. Man, damn that. Some of y'all have taken some major L's because of them folk in your family. Some of y'all, they talk about it as an anecdote, but some of y'all, you done had bad credit since you was 8 years old. Damn. Some of y'all have had messed up credit since you was 8 years old. Folks sitting up here getting cable television in your name. And then when it was time for you to go buy a car, how the hell I got a 300 credit score? I'm 17 years old. What the? Cablevision? Aaron's rental? What? How this? every side car lot in town. Soon as you start asking questions, wait a minute, there's only one person I know who's done all this. They sitting right there next to you. That's what I'm talking about. Some folks didn't like that because I said roommates here. Okay, nigga, if that made one of these little old dudes up in here, he's taking his G-string thong out between his butt cheeks, he got upset I said that. Dude, okay. If you want to have unity with that, roll on. Let me know how that works out for you. Better yet, don't. No, there's some of us who ain't gonna sit up here and sign up for the bull jive generation after generation. Some of us ain't gonna play dumb. That's how you end up voting for politicians generation after generation doing stupid stuff and messing you over because you done got used to lying to other people because you done got used to being lied to and you never just said, you know what, enough is enough. Enough is enough. When do you get to a point where you just say, yeah, you know what, I ain't trying to hear that no more. I ain't trying to hear that no more at all. I don't care. We never see these niggas again. We're not doing this. I'm standing on this time. I let it slide before. I'm standing this time. Some of y'all think that's bad? I mean, I want you to think about that for a few moments. There's some folks in here who are offended that I've said this. There's some people in here who are offended that I've said that. Why it ain't that serious. Actually, it kind of is. Okay, let me just go here with you right now. Since some folks don't understand something here. Dr. John Henry Clark talked about this. You ain't got to like it. Oh, soft sourdough bread, nigga. You don't have to like it. Let me explain something to y'all, folks. Black people's liberation was won by the gangsters. What? Let's be clear about that. I have said that for summers and winters, and this is coming from a bookworm and the whole damn 9 yards, and I appreciate that. I do appreciate being academic and learned. That has its place in the world, but let's put the bull crap to the side. Black people's liberation was won by the gangsters. It was won by the G's. It was won by the men who would lay you down and the females who would snuff you. Harriet Tubman was G'd all the way up. Ida B. Wells, I'm talking about with a gun on her hip. Ida B. Wells, Mary McLeod Bethune, these were G'd up. Elijah Muhammad, I said it. Malcolm X. Louis Farrakhan, the Panthers. Our liberation was won by the gangsters, as Dr. John Henry Clark called them, the pool hall cats. The dudes at the pool hall who wasn't worried about getting arrested or no criminal record or anybody sitting up here trying to hold that over their heads. They was going to stand on business and that was it, and you wasn't going to get them off of it. They was going to stand on it and you wasn't going to get them off of it. We talk about Marion Barry. Marion Barry was G'd up about that life. He wasn't afraid of getting arrested. He wasn't afraid of whatever them people was going to do to him. He was about that business and he stood on it. Skip Gates and your damn academic soft shoeing and your so-called reverends and pastors, where the hell they been? Dr. King wasn't afraid to get arrested and stand on it. Creflo Dollar, nigga, please. Our liberation was won for us by the gangsters. It was won for us by the G's. It was won for us by the roughnecks. It was won for us by the folks who got out in the street and put in that work and wasn't afraid to go upside your head. Yes, it was. These were the folks who you come on the block with that bull jive and they gonna give you what they got for you. That's how the West was won. Dr. Khalid Muhammad, you're damn right. I'm going back to the civil rights generation and before that, but I'll throw him in there too because you got to maintain it. Because you got to maintain it. That's who did that, folks. Not a bunch of damn academics. Not a bunch of people flagging around their PhDs. The Mark Lamont Hills never did nothing for us. The men and the women in the streets who would run up on you if the money ain't right. Those are the ones who did it. Those are the people who wasn't going to take no excuses. And they didn't take them from anybody, including the politicians. It's your big-brained, highfalutin academics who sit up here and rationalize politicians lying to us year after year, decade after decade, and then tell you to keep voting. It's the Roland Martins and the Mark Lamont Hills and the Michael Eric Dysons and the Skip Gateses who do that. The gangsters ain't about that. When you see the Ice Cubes and whatnot, the gangsters like, really, I ain't about no nigga getting over on me. It's the folks in the streets about their business who are the first ones like, I don't know about this, bro. Yeah, that's what my daddy was running around behind you. But I'm like, I don't let folk run game on me. I don't let them do that. So if that offends you, so be it. But I'm not going to move off of that. That's just reality. That is reality. The folks who would run up on you, the folks who didn't take no excuses, that's where I come from. If that upsets you, so be it. Be upset. I'm not going to sit up here and shade the nickel. That's where I'm from. If that's not where you from, oh well, that's your life. But by the way, that's why even though I'm not from Chicago, I've always told y'all I respect people, especially the women in Chicago, and they straight up, they ain't gonna lie to you. They kind of grimy, but they gonna stand on it. From the Bay, they gonna stand on it. Houston, gonna stand on it. Detroit, gonna stand on it. I respect that. I respect that all day. We can have differences about things, but I respect that. If something is right, they're going to let you know. If things ain't right, they're going to immediately let you know. I'm not offended by that. There's a saying, you knew how to find me, you know how to pay me. If you borrow money from somebody, you knew how to find him to borrow it. If you knew how to find him, you know how to pay him. You knew how to find him when you needed that. Now it's time to pay him. You don't know how to find him? Niggas ain't supposed to be chasing you around for no 3 weeks, 3 months. No, you knew how to find him when you needed that money. And you need to being an adult means folk hold you that. Your word was good as gold when you was trying to get money out of them. Okay, your word need to be good now. That's called adulthood. Some of y'all been raised by, I'm talking about flagrant ass hoes and deadbeat niggas, and you think that's the way the world's supposed to operate? That you sit up here and just walk around and do whatever the hell you want to and there's no consequences? No. The folks who take it to the street, that's who won our liberation for us. That's who ended segregation and lynching. The folks who said, I got a gun in the house, and if they want it, they gonna have to take it. The folks who had a flexible definition of law-abiding citizen. The folks who had a code of conduct. That's who did that for us, in case nobody ever told you. That's who did that for us. That's why I named Malcolm, and I can keep going. Huey Newton, Fred Hampton, we can keep going down the list. That's who did that for us. That's who did that for us. And if that offends you, well, you're going to have a problem with that. We're going to go ahead and open up the phone lines here. Before we do, we are in the last 29 hours. We have 29 hours before the end of our crowdfunding campaign. We're currently at 158. We've got 4,500 people in here live. I had a few folks leave because they didn't like what I was saying about the truth. You know what? That doesn't bother me at all. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to talk about the real. Our survival is not up for a vote, nor is it up for entertainment. If it discourages you, if it offends you, if you got a problem with that, do us a favor. Go ahead and find something there. Fresh and Fit is on there somewhere. You can go ahead and do that. For those of us changing the world and continuing to do that, those are the folks I want here. We're in the last 29 hours. Can we get to 200? I want to challenge you all here tonight. Can we get to 200? Donald Trump is out there collecting hundreds of millions. We'll see what he does for that. Joe Biden's doing the same thing. They don't have any good intentions for us. But we got 4,500 people in here live right now. Can we get to 200? I want to see if we can get to 200. I'm going to open up the telephone lines because I want you all to go ahead and give us a call. Before we do that, a brief reminder. I want your name on this.
We've grown up in a sea of white supremacy. I think that what slavery did for us is it created this sense that the white man's ice is colder and that we want to have a seat at that table and not a seat at our own table.
At LSU, we never had a conversation about the business of sports, about the money that's made. They don't want to have that conversation because you have that conversation, that's what creates movements.
Most people are miserable. They're depressed. They hate their life. Why do people hate their life? Because they're doing things they hate. Because they feel like they're scared they can't pay a bill.
George Soros probably said it the best, and he said that when he was broke, nobody listened to him, but when he broke the banks over in Europe, he was able to start talking to the heads of state.
Are you listening? Is this thing on?
Let me tell you about the record industry. You walk into a major company, they got some of the prettiest women. You want some Perrier, you want some water. What do you need? The ones they got you, they're just like that. What have you done for me lately?
A lot of those athletes in college, 99% of them will not make it to that high level NBA, WNBA, NFL.
If an artist is not a puppet, he's not going to be pulled to the top. It's the bottom line.
Friends is friends and business is business. Never intertwining.
Run hard, finish strong. We're coming up on the end of a momentous, monumental effort here, and I want us to finish strong. And I think we can definitely do that. So I'm going to leave that up to you here. For all my real ones, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the Blackest Radio program in existence. The only one of its kind on planet Earth today. You are, of course, welcome to join us. I've also received some people here who, like I say, I want to thank everyone here because there were some folks who did contribute and they sent it through PayPal instead. I hope that was only because they were having an issue on Indiegogo or something like that. If you had an issue with that, let me know. That could be something I can take a look at there because I don't want to miss anybody. But I did see some folks there, so I'm going to add them to a spreadsheet. So I want to make sure you don't get lost, but I want y'all to be a part of that. Because who else is standing up and speaking up for us, by the way? Let me get over here. By the way, let me go ahead and open up Zoom. You know what I'm going to do tonight? I'm going to go ahead and open up Zoom. I'm going to go ahead and open up the Zoom here tonight as well. Remember, if we're on Zoom, the only thing I ask there is make sure you have camera and microphone on because I don't want nobody sitting up here trying to do a strip tease. I don't want nobody sitting up here and trying to do a strip tease and whatnot. So it's like, okay, if I don't see you first here, I want to make sure it's like, okay, if you So for some of these dudes who want to get their OnlyFans popping, some of these fellas want to get their OnlyFans popping. They're trying to do that. So it's like, okay, before you make your debut, because if I have one more Negro call me up, and like the other day I had one fella, he was shirtless and I don't know, it looked like he's put on his shirt and his pants. So I'm like, dude, what was you doing? What were you doing before you called me? So let me go ahead and throw that up here as well. All right, let me get that pinned to the top of the chat. So if you want to check with us on Zoom, you can do that as well. I do give priority to Zoom. The only thing I ask, of course, make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on so we don't have any superfluous trolling. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for your support here. My man, Mr. Richburg, Mr. Wilborn, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Rogers and everyone else here who supports tonight's program. We got new members, Mr. Francis, Will Diddy. Okay, Will Diddy, no Diddy. My dude, Chief Rocka in the Super Chat. Thank you all for your support here. We're in the last 29 hours of 8 a.m. We are in the last 29 hours, so I definitely want you to join us. I think we can get to 200 here tonight. That's my goal. That's my goal here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 646. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Onan from Queens.
All right, Onan from Queens. What's on your mind?
So Joe Biden is starting to eat crow. All of the things that he said about black people over the past 50 years and his connections with Eastland and all these other white supremacists. And now he's trying to clean his record clear. You know, he thinks that people are going to forget about the 86 anti-drug, the drug bill, or the 94 Biden law. What is it called? Biden's law in 1994, you know, that incentivized states building jails to incarcerate black people and privatize the jail industry, you know, and now the Democratic Party is freaking out. They don't know what to do, you know, because they can't put Kamala up there because Kamala, she's as dead as doornails. Okay, the fact that she doesn't even know what the original promise for reparations was for Foundation of Black Americans clearly proves that she's not FBA. I don't know why people keep exclaiming that she's FBA, that she's black. Clearly she's not. You know, and I'm just glad that you're bringing the hammer down on these people because it's about time. You know, I'm just sick of these Democrats just proselytizing about, you know, fighting racism for black people. When they're just the Democratic and the Republican Party, they're just two wings of the same bird, in my opinion.
Let me explain to you all what I believe is going to happen here. Right now, and like I say, I'm projecting it. I can only project it right now based on current events, with the caveat, look it up, with the qualifier that events could change because Trump could pull a DeSantis and snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. He could do that. But right now, the way things are shaping up, I'm predicting if Trump just continues on the message and whatnot, it makes it very irresistible. Biden's made so many unforced errors, or at least he's showing he's weak. And people in times of, you know, uncertainty don't look for weakness. So that basically puts a huge headwind. His party's abandoning him, and people don't support things that are not very popular, even among the folks who will be closest to you. So Biden is going to try to avoid any major incidents like that last debate. They're going to do their best to avoid that. And between now and election day, they're all going to solidify around, okay, this is as good as it gets. With that being the case, I'm predicting that after election day, they are then going to blame us. So they're first going to try to blame it on cognition or something or on the debate, but then they're going to blame us. If the black vote does not show up, ultimately, they're going to lay that at our feet and tell us that, look, after all we've done for you, and you should vote blue no matter who. They're going to lay it at our feet. Well, no, it's not a shame. This is good. This is good. This is great. That's exactly what we want. Oh, that is exactly what we want. That is exactly what we want. because this will be a "do you hear us now" moment. Because this is different than Proposition 8. With Proposition 8, folks was kind of, quiet about that. But except us here in the New Black Media. This time around, it'll be much louder. Because you saw it coming. Because the polls and everything showed you what was going to happen. If Biden loses by like 7 points, that's one thing. If Biden loses by 3 points, that was the black vote that did that.
Right.
If he loses by 3 points, if he loses like, a Hillary Clinton loss, you lose by a few points, that was the black vote that did that. Especially if he loses Michigan, Pennsylvania, those places that Hillary Clinton lost. If he loses those, they're going to go count the black votes. And if he loses Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, that was the black vote that did it.
Yeah.
Please keep that in mind.
Yeah, but Jason, you definitely got to understand, Michigan and Pennsylvania and Georgia, and those states tend to be Republican states that just have Democratic strongholds, right? Like Georgia has Atlanta and Detroit and Lansing for Michigan, right? Where if you're able to neutralize the black vote, it essentially becomes a Republican state, right? But as far as them being able to recuperate, I don't see it. I do not see it. And if they do lose by a thin margin by 3%, yes, it is indicative of the black vote and also the power of the voices of the new black media. Like I've said many times before, you, Professor Black Truth, Tariq Nasheed, Philip Scott, Demetria K, all of you guys. You guys are the avant-garde of the black media as far as I'm concerned. But I don't want to take up too much time, so I'll land my plane there, brother. B1.
B1, as always, thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Just understand, folks, in November, after the election is over, if Biden loses by a few points, they're going to talk about the debate for a little bit, but it's all going to come back around to us. Mark my words, because this was just too predictable. It was already showing those signs before the debate happened. So eventually they're going to have to say, okay, it wasn't the debate. What happened to that black vote that usually would vote for an empty rocking chair over a Republican? What happened? Okay, well, before I do that, let me get over here. Let me see. Did I have somebody on Zoom? Okay, I got a couple of folks here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and see if I can get that first here. I've got, I think I have Alfie here on Zoom. As I say here, folks, just make sure you have your camera and microphone turned on for me here. All right, Alfie, and what is on your mind? Okay, I'm not sure that Alfie is ready or prepared for life here. Alfie is trying to figure out how to work this newfangled technology. So there is that. I'm going to give Alfie a minute here because this could have cosmic significance.
Hi.
Hello, Alfie.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
All right, man. What is on your mind? Turn off your speakers, ma'am.
That's what I'm doing. I just don't understand how they can let a president they know he got dementia or Alzheimer's or something. Ain't no way they can't know.
Well, I mean,
I don't understand why.
This is not new. I mean, we've seen this in the Soviet
This
Union.
is the most craziest mess I've ever seen in my life.
We've seen this in politics before. This saw with Reagan. Reagan died of Alzheimer's. Yeah, but they were talking about his mental decline when he was running for president. And he shook that off for 8 years. It's like, oh, it ain't this, it ain't that. I'm old, but it's not that problem. Man dies of Alzheimer's. So obviously what they were saying was correct. What Jimmy Carter and the rest of them were saying was correct the whole time. And it's correct now. The real question is if a nation, what do you do if a nation makes a decision to vote for that? Now you're stuck between the rock and the hard place. What if you give the people a Democratic vote and they vote for the demented guy? Now what? And I think in many ways that shows, if that did happen, then that would be quite an indicator of the psychology and the status of the American people as a whole. That being demented does not disqualify you for getting voted for president. That does not disqualify you.
Jesus Christ. I take care of Alzheimer's dementia patients. I'm like, Jesus. Oh my goodness. I'm laughing not to cry. But
well, you're not the one who should be. You're not the one who should be crying. Joe Biden is the one who should be crying. So you should be all right, because you'll be okay either which way it goes. But you should be okay. Where are you calling in from tonight?
I'm in Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, she looked like she'll snatch a whole braid, so she might do that there. So I'm just saying, you know what she say. She laughed. It's like, yeah, I sure will. So, and don't worry, I got full respect for it there. So you'll be one of those places that Jacksonville is one of those places in Florida, has a good sized black population. So those major urban centers in the state of Florida, those are the places they expect the black vote to turn out in. You already know that. So if it's just weak, it doesn't have to be, it only needs to be a few points off. If they can't get y'all to show up and show out like 2020, Florida's a wrap. That's gone. And they can't really afford to lose major ones like that.
I've been trying to see if we could push a Cornel West or somebody like that. Third party. We got to quit this circle.
She was doing good right till she got there.
I like either candidate.
But ma'am, I don't know if Cornell was promising y'all. I don't know if he was promising y'all extra Schlitz malt liquor or whatever he was doing. But what I am saying is, why Cornell, ma'am? Why Cornell? Explain that to me.
I don't know. I'm just thinking the same old time. I want to try something different.
Okay, man, but that's like saying
why not dementia.
Okay, but
what we gonna do?
Yes, man, but what I'm saying is that's like saying I'm tired of my car, so I'm gonna ride a turtle to work. What? Just I want something different. Well, I mean, you succeeded. You have something different. It's just I don't know if this is really an improvement.
It's better than the couch.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm just saying. Well, the turtle's better. I don't know what the turtle is better than. So it's like Cornell. I'm like, all right, you can sit there and listen to him whine at you for 4 years, and brothers and sisters, and if nothing gets done, well, the love of Jesus Christ should be enough for you. It's like, okay, because he comes preloaded with excuses. So we'll see. And by the way, why does it have to be better than the couch, man? Why does anything have to be better than the couch? Why?
I'm just saying, at least so they know I do have the power to vote. I just don't like either party.
Okay, now listen.
I'm just being rebellious.
All right, but listen now, because there was a reason why I played that clip with Kamala Harris and Steve Harvey. What Steve Harvey was saying was accurate. There's a reason why in order to vote, you have to register with the registrar of voters wherever you live. This is for the government, so they can have an accurate count of all the people who are in the electorate, who desire to vote. They can see every time you've been to the polls to vote. They register it every time you go. If you went in 2008 and you went in 2012 and then you didn't go in 2016, or you went in 2016 and you didn't go in 2020, or you went in 2020 and you didn't go in 2024, they see that and they know what it means. You obviously were motivated enough to vote before. Something changed and they know what it was that changed. So I want you to be aware, if you are registered to vote and you don't go vote, that's sending a message. The same as if you voted for another party, that sends a message.
So the couch takes it then, because that's all I was trying to prove, that I'm registered to vote and everything, but I just ain't.
Okay,
I don't like either party.
Well, I mean, you have a choice there. So just be aware. Like I say, whatever you do, you're sending a message. As long as you're a registered voter. If you're unregistered, that's a different matter. You're a registered voter? Oh, believe me, even staying home, they're like, why are you staying home? They know why you're home. So keep that in mind.
I'm going to tell my daughter and them, too. We're going to throw a couch and a folding chair party on election day.
Okay, well, that sounds like a good idea. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Sound like she already started this. What did she say? Sound like she voting for natural ice. What? I'm just playing with you, kind of. Sound like she started the party already. right, let me go get one more Zoom person here, and then I'm going to get back on Blog Talk. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Maurice. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Maurice. Why is Maurice sitting up here looking like a slightly less successful version of Tank? Okay, Maurice hung up. Yeah, Maurice is looking like a slightly less successful version of Tank. All right, let me get back over here on Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 323. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, good evening, Big Brother Jason. It's Brother Elijah calling out of Brooklyn, New York.
All right, Brother Elijah out of Brooklyn, and what's on your mind?
Hey, brother, I wanted to add to Brother Onan's point about Joe Biden's racism, and I noticed nobody mentioned. I'm not talking about you or anybody in the black media, but I'm talking about like MSNBC. They didn't mention Joe Biden's recent racism with that last debate with Donald Trump. How this man excluded all of the black media publications. Nobody talked about that. He didn't want to take no questions from black reporters, no matter how we feel about them, but it still says something and everything like that. No, also my whole thing is this. I think they
might have let some of them in at the last minute after they started raising Cain. I want to say that was CNN's decision, although the White House certainly could have insisted on that. But I mean, yeah, you're right, that did happen.
Yes,
folks should pay attention. They're letting you know what they need and what they don't need. And it's just like, hey, we expect you niggas you can't be their faithful bootlicks and then expect you got leverage. It doesn't work that way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And also, when they're talking about the drop of black support, brother, I can see this, but you know better than I do because I'm not too I'm not that up to date with politics. I think Biden might go sink lower than Hillary. Do you see that, brother?
It's certainly in the cards. It's possible. It is certainly possible. I just don't want people to misconstrue what it is. Biden was already down before he went into that debate. The debate has simply drug him down a lot further than he was. It wasn't like he was winning before the debate happened. It wasn't like he had the wind at his back before the debate happened. He was already in a headwind. He was already unpopular. He was already down before you get to that point. So I just don't want the media to try to obscure that, which they're going to try. But when they actually start going over the data, they're going to have to eventually, no matter what happens, if he loses, they're going to have to break down and say, yeah, that black vote wasn't there. You're going to be looking for your stalwarts. If black folk have been consistent, that it doesn't really matter what the polls say or whatever the situation may be. We always show up. And if that doesn't happen, they take notice. The only thing they're looking at now is whether or not they're seeing a pattern forming. If it's just 1 year, we don't show up and then we come back, they're going to dismiss it. If they start tracking this from 2012 going forward, it's like, wow, that black support's getting softer and softer and softer. That's what starts getting their attention.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank you very much for giving us
us
a call tonight here. Let me go ahead and see. I got James over here on Zoom. We'll see if we can get James over here on Zoom. We'll give you a minute to have it up there, James. I'll give you about 5 seconds here. Please remember, though, we always keep our thing at the ready here to remove folk here. James, I'm going to give you 5 seconds for camera on for me here. If you don't, permanent vacation. So let me go ahead and get their move button up here. James has got that, or either that or he's fighting with newfangled technology. Not really sure what's going on. All right, James will be taking a permanent vacation. Caller from area code 609. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
You're on live. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, what's good? This is Mike from Jersey. Great.
Mike from where at? Mike from where at in Jersey?
Oh yeah, I'm in South Jersey, near Trenton.
Okay, Mike is in South Jersey near Trenton. He must be dodging child support. What's on your mind, Mike?
Yeah. No, great broadcast, but I was hoping that you can dig deep into, because like you're saying, yeah, black support is dropping. However, it seems like all of the black politicians are standing by Biden. And then the two people over the weekend, the radio programs that he went on to, he happened to go on two black radio programs and got one of them fired for reading the prescriptive questions. And then he's going to these black churches, and he went to Morehouse like a month ago. And it's just insulting that he's using us as props like this to try to get the black vote. And I was hoping that you can expound on that.
Well, I mean, certainly the black politicians saying nothing, I mean, that just goes with the territory. You know, you don't have a bunch. Those are the people that they've chosen because they're already in their back pockets. They're dependable and they are dependent. They are dependable and dependent. Please remember, no matter who the black politician is, if they're in the Democratic Party, there's always this threat looming over their heads that if you don't get in line, we'll pull you, and we can pull you at any time. That was the reason for the bloodletting that happened here 2 years ago and 4 years ago. Keisha Bottom B, just out of nowhere, she loses all her support. Yeah, we're pulling you. Drunk Uncle Lightfoot in Chicago. Yeah, we're pulling you. What's her face up there? What's her name? Lovely Warren. Yeah, we're pulling you. To show them that sends the message to everybody else. By the way, don't ever think that we can't pull you anytime we want to. We'll primary you. We'll put a white politician in there to run against you. So that's how they keep the black politicians in line, is by letting them know, by the way, we'll go for you. Now, they tried it with Sheila Jackson Lee. Sheila Jackson Lee is the only one I've seen in recent times who was actually able to overcome that. Now she's announced she got like pancreatic cancer. So, like I say, that's unfortunate, but that's one of those things, you know? So with that being the case.
Yeah, they did it with the boy in New York too. Bowman, I think his last. Jamal's Bowman, I think his last name is.
Yeah, with Bowman there, like I say, it's just when they get ready to pull you, they'll sit up here and throw somebody out there against you. It's usually going to be a white politician. You take a look in Detroit, what they did with Mike Duggan. That's the template. It's like, hey, if you out of line, we will get one of our folk. We'll throw a bunch of money behind them and you gone. That's not accidental. Right. That's the template. That's the program. That's the strategy. And everybody knows it. Houston, Sylvester Turner. Take a look. I mean, look, Sheila Jackson Lee wanted to be the mayor of Houston. What did they do? They went to go get this old white dude. I mean, they told her, move aside. Sylvester, you out, and she out. So that's always hanging over the black politicians' heads in the Democratic Party. That's always been the way it is. That's always been the understanding. They always know that is what the party will do if they're unhappy or if they just want to move you, because at any time they could just decide, yeah, we're done with you. It'll be that you done, quote, everything right, and they'll just say, yeah, we want to make a change. And then they're done. That can happen to you at any time. And they all know it. So all of them are scared to death and trying to hold on to their little position. Because they know once they lose that office, that's it, you're done. You're not going to another one.
It's just sad because it's a sinking ship. And it seems like only black people are on it. The only people I'm seeing online and in person talking about, well, I'll vote for Joe Biden even if he's in a coma, are black people. And this shit is getting sad.
Well, like I said, I mean, folks put up their bravado and things. We'll see what happens on election day. We'll see what happens then, because talk is cheap. We'll see if they back it up. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 773. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Rick Long, if you're talking to me. Am I the person? Yes, I'm Richard Long. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're on live.
Earbud. Okay. I'm interested in of what you were talking about. I was thinking about these politicians that don't stand up. We had politicians. I'm a boomer generation, but I guess I'm a Gray Panther. I wasn't believing in a lot of that. We fought for certain things. But we had black, I think Harold Washington, when he won for mayor in Chicago, he had black businesses to back him up that had money. Soft Sheen Cosmetics and Soft Sheen, they put money, Gardner put money behind it. We had people like that. When you don't have an economic base, your politicians, basically, they're applying for a job. And the people can cut off their income. They don't have an independent source. They should stand for the people, but they weren't set up like that. So what I'm saying is now, in terms of what's happening now, it doesn't. What matters to me is that you got to have skins on the wall. I think Trump realizes that black people thank him in his last election. Misguided words, things like that, to push up for Biden. But he's singing a different tune. He's not running the same campaign. And now he's got to at least to further us to something. But we need skins on the wall. Biden got to go. Biden got to go. You get enough skins on the wall, they start listening to you. We need to be bringing our demands. So I will vote down tickets for people that affect your local elections. I think that's very good. I kind of take it to heart sometimes. You be tearing on some boomers, and we got some out here, but everybody ain't like that. Some of us I've been fighting since I was a child, and been with young people since a child. I worked in the community with our young people, and we got to get something for them. But you're right, I do have something. In 6 months I'll retire for a pension, a federal pension. I'll get 80% of my income. But when I was working, I used all that money in the hood. I'm buying cinema equipment and things like that to put a different narrative out. We had recording studios. So there's some people out here trying to change the narrative. I guess a lot of us were waiting with resources at the end of the race, thinking we're going to hand over the baton, and what we look was there. These young people were lost in the sauce. A lot of them, they just messed them up. So we got to build them up, change the narrative for them, and get them to doing that. I teach the young people that are in my purview, forget about a job. When I worked with a man called Lou Palmer in Chicago, he used to call a job just over broke. You have to be an entrepreneur as a young person now. So I don't want to drag on. And but there are some people in my group that are about it and on post. So I'm gone. I don't want. I land my plane. Go ahead, put the gears down. Let me go.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 412. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening, Jason. My name is Robert. I'm calling from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
All right, Robert from Pittsburgh. What's on your mind?
What is concerned about the polls stating that Biden is still receiving support from a sect of Negroes? Well, of course, Negroes means need to grow. Is the negative realization that many blacks are grossly politically ignorant. It could be as simple as realizing that Biden will not give blacks an executive order for an anti-hate crime bill like he afforded other groups. This is even though there are more hate crimes against blacks than any other groups combined, not to mention bias for implementation of reparations. When you realize this level of ignorance exists in blacks, is very disheartening. Biden is showing blacks a vicious disdain, and for blacks to still be loyal to this type of neglect reveals extreme psychological dysfunction. Groups all over the world cannot understand people who don't use their vote in a manner of quid pro quo. Another concern is reverse psychological manipulation by special media groups to feign closeness by these polls so that if the election is stolen, people will feel that fairness was executed. If blacks don't strike while the iron is hot, chosen the couch, or voting Republican, it will only hasten blacks to be a continued target for genocide. Be one.
Thank you very much for giving us a call now, Robert. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 267. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. This is MB from Philly.
All right, MB from Philadelphia. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I had to kind of hang my head there. I was hoping you wasn't going to mention, you mentioned it by passing, but you mentioned the fact that Biden was in a Philadelphia church yesterday on Sunday, and I'm just going to say I am familiar with that church. I was binary Church of God in Christ, and my people had me look at the live stream, and he got up there when they showed him there, and they was excited. I had that heart to tell them, yeah, Hillary also stopped by there in that service going into that election Tuesday. So that's not a good sign for Biden right there. That's one thing right there. And
well, let me go ahead and speak on that real quick, and then I'll let you make your next point. Here's the problem with going to the black church. The black church is really an anachronism. Look it up. The black church is really, symbolic in a lot of ways because your young people, that's not where they are. That's where the older generation is and the previous generation. But all of your new voters where you need your growth from, that's not where they are. So maybe you don't neglect the church altogether, but what I'm saying is you've already gotten all of the returns and all of the return on investment you're going to get from the church. You've already gotten that. So there's the problem with continuing to beat that one. It's not like the church is where your following grows from. It's not like that's the case. The church is, pretty much you're going to get diminishing returns literally every year. So I think the Democrats would be a whole lot better served. Okay, go show up at a few churches. You got to go show your face. I get that. But my problem is, okay, you're showing up at churches, and meanwhile, what's happening on the streets and the internet and everything else, you're MIA. You're not speaking of that at all. And that's where your new voters are going to come from. They're coming from there. Donald Trump is heavy on the internet thing. Biden is MIA. Kamala Harris, you all can't go these places where you got, look, the thing is that what the internet has done and YouTube has done is it's conditioned people to want to see, at best, or worst, reality TV. Scripted stuff and edited videos and things like that. People have been conditioned to not like that. They want to see what they think is authentic. They want to see what they think is real. They've moved away from the scripted, corporatized way of doing things. So when your campaign looks all scripted and corporatized, that might work on network television. That doesn't work online. It doesn't work where the new voters are. It doesn't work on college campuses. That doesn't work. You can have a few safe people, but that doesn't change minds. That's the problem. It doesn't change minds. So the church, that's cool and everything, but you're just going to get diminishing returns from that going forward. Hell, you're already getting diminishing returns. It's not like it's going to get better.
Yeah, and like I said, Hillary, they didn't work out for Hillary a couple days later when everyone had to go vote for her, but not enough did. And speaking of support, I know you touched on Kamala the other day, but one thing that is real damning about her was the fact not only was, when she was, attorney over in California. The damning thing, not only for locking up over 1,500 brothers, for nonviolent drug offenses, but also there was a 2011 Supreme Court ruling that basically said, jails going to have to depopulate, start with the nonviolent inmates or whatever, and try to find a way to release them or whatever. And Kamala's office was working hard as hell. Like, you would have thought she was a damn conservative redneck trying to keep, niggas in there or whatever. And I'm like, that's a damning thing on the record. And it's like, what, she's supposed to be for us? Like, this is what's supposed to be what the Dems bring up as the female Obama, someone that was, and there was even a brother that was innocent. It was in jail and innocent, but her office was trying to keep him in there. Like,
her perspective on all that was that, black people are going to be vote blue no matter who and vote black no matter what, and as long as they're Democrat. And so that's the idea that she was running under, and that's why I warn people about, if you listen to the party and the political machines, they elevate people, and then they got you thinking about people like rock stars, and that's the problem. They craft those things. And when they craft those things, that's not good. Just for them. Kamala Harris plays in California and nowhere else. Michael Bloomberg plays in New York and nowhere else. Ron DeSantis plays in Florida and nowhere else. So Stacey Abrams plays to a certain segment LGBT in Georgia and nowhere else. Jamie Hairston to a certain segment LGBT and nowhere else. So they keep grabbing these people who are popular to them because they want to be useful tools. And the problem becomes an all or nothing bet. It's either this is going to work out great or this is going to go terrible. And then it goes terrible. And now you're left with nothing, because after Kamala Harris, they're literally going to have to start all over again from zero. That's a bad spot to be in. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 617. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is Shell from Boston.
All right, Shell from Boston. And what's on your mind?
I think more than the presidency, I think that these Democratic states with the mayors and governors, I think they have a lot to, worry about. I think they're going to be voted out as well. They're doing a terrible job, with the immigration, and they're seeming to go along with it as opposed to, I think this whole thing is a bipartisan situation with this immigration.
Well, certainly, like I say, if that looks like it down ballot, they're certainly worried about that. When you have a strong president that usually can protect people down ballot, especially if they're doing things they shouldn't be doing, when you have a weak president, that can start to spill down to other people. If they were marginal before, it's like, oh, by the way, you hooked up with him. So all of a sudden, issues that might not have been fatal before can certainly become fatal. And that's why the Democrats, the folks who are yelling loudest for him to get out are the ones who are most vulnerable. Is the people who are most worried about their seat, who are calling for him. It's like, yeah, they're the first ones who freaked out because they're like, by the way, I'm already weak and you didn't help at all what you just did. So it's like, at that point, it becomes self-preservation. And be careful when that happens. If people think that their survival is dependent on getting rid of you, get ready to get voted off the island.
Yep, I agree. It backfired because, most of the immigrants coming in, they want to vote for Republicans. That's the crazy part.
Well, I won't say most of them do. That happens later. When they first get here, it's like, okay, they go along with that for a little bit. But what they do is they demonstrate why it is that they left and abandoned where they were. These are not people who protect the interests of a nation. If they were, they would have stayed where they were and fought for their homeland. They abandoned their homeland because they're not interested in defending the interests of a nation. They're interested in defending their own. So they do whatever is most convenient for them at that time. So if it's most convenient to back the folks giving out green cards or whatever, well, I needed to get out from where I was, so let me get over here. Just as soon as they get their feet under them over here, you know what? We need to clean up these streets. And what you niggas doing over there, it then becomes that. Well, yes, because as far as he's concerned, he's already solved his first problem. Therefore, you can't really hold that over his head anymore. He's shifted gears. Well, yeah, that was my issue then. This is my issue now. And everything he said before he got there, he sheds that and throws it off of his back. So there's the real problem with dealing with people whose core of conduct isn't really solid. That's the risk you run. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Taking a look over here, we're in the last 29 hours here. By the way, we are going into the last day of our crowdfunding for 8 a.m. for all of our last minute folk here. For all of our last minute people, this is it. Who's going to get us over 200? We have 29 hours here. I want to know who's going to get us over 200. Let me get caller from area code 314. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 314. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, sir. This is Terrence Ransom from St. Louis.
Okay. If you're on speakerphone or on earbuds or something, you're real muddled here. So I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get that straightened out. Otherwise, we're going to have to see about moving on here.
Sorry about that.
Okay. What's your name? Where you calling from, sir?
Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. I said Terrence Ransom from St. Louis.
Oh, boy. All right. You're calling from St. Louis.
Terrence Ransom.
What was your name again?
You just on point on everything. I'm just hello?
Okay. No offense here, folks. We got to get your phone game together, brother. That's beyond janky. So he isn't calling us from the Obama phone. He's calling us from the Michelle Obama phone. So ain't nothing. He got a Sharpton phone. That's not even an Obama phone. That's a Sharpton phone right there. The call we made. If your call drops, give it 30 minutes. Move to a different, hang your head out the window. Call from area code 843. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing? This is Steph from Charleston, South Carolina, by way of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, what's your name again?
Okay, hold on a sec. No, this is Steph from Charlotte, North Carolina,
All right,
by
Steph.
way of Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay, Steph from Charlotte. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Okay. I was in the chat, and I was going to ask you this a couple of weeks ago, but my question is, if we're not necessarily pushing, Republicans or Democrats, and I understand that because of both of them are bad candidates. If we got a good candidate in RFK Jr., why don't we push him and ignore everybody else?
Okay, tell me what RFK is promising specifically to black people.
Actually, you may not believe it, but he said he's for reparations and a crime bill.
Everybody says that right there. And by the way, then you get into the details. And then you start asking for specifics about what that means, sir. Robert Kennedy had sir, you asked a question. I'm addressing what you're saying, sir. Robert Kennedy had his chance at the very beginning when he was asked about that. We asked about reparations and cash payments. Robert Kennedy was not on board with that. And now here we are at the last minute here, and you got a bunch of folks who are flooding in trying to claim that he is in favor of something that he actually has never said he is. He wants.
Oh no, I didn't.
He's
not. He's not in favor of cash payments, and I don't agree with that.
Okay, then tell me, how is it? What is your definition of reparations that does not require cash payments? Let me find it out.
Well, his definition of reparations.
No. Okay, no, sir, no. We don't do that. You said, quote, you said, well, you might not believe this, and I don't. RFK is in favor of reparations and a crime bill. Now, that's what you said. So obviously, if I said, what's he doing specifically for black people? That was what you presented as. This is what RFK is doing specifically for black people. I'm now asking you, by the way, okay, you said it was that he was offering reparations. Now, if you're going to then say, well, actually, he really ain't, I'm just like, what are y'all doing? So, sir,
I didn't say that.
If you're saying that the reparations that he was offering is what you consider to be for black people, then I got to ask, what is your definition of reparations? Because his doesn't include cash payments. So what is yours that you felt was justified to present him to us as a candidate?
Well, my definition of reparations is cash payments.
Okay, but you posited him as a candidate who's offering reparations specifically for black people. So where is it that your definition of reparations and his coincide?
Okay, because he said that we need, specifically African Americans, descendants of slaves, we need separate institutions, a separate economic system away from everybody else that represents us, for us, by us. Now he said that my thing is, I think that's what we need to use our cash reparation payments for, to create a nation within a nation. Now if he says that he wants to provide us with a nation within a nation,
okay, that's
I say, okay, well, that's a start.
But sir, stop. Now, this is where we get into trouble right there. So let me take a moment here to dissect that, because what you just did right there, that's where we get into trouble. Now, you said that he said, well, black folk really need a separate economic institution, whatever in the hell that means. You then said
a nation within a nation.
You then said a nation within a nation. Now, that phrase means something, and it means something specific. So, my question is, My question is, did RFK use the words "a nation within a nation"?
Well, no, he didn't use those words exactly, no.
Oh, so in other words, Robert Kennedy said.
But he did say.
In other words,
he
said something really vague about, well, a separate economic system or institution or something, and then you took that and stretched it out to, well, I mean, a nation within a nation. No, sir, you're thinking about a nation within a nation. He never said that. He's just letting you go wherever you want to go with it. He's doing what the Democrats always do. He's not making any specific promises, which is what the WikiLeaks said, which is what Hillary Clinton did with Black Lives Matter. Sympathize with black. Sir, all I can say is that I've asked you questions, and literally as soon as you get asked about it, you're debunking it yourself. All I'm doing is asking a question, and you're debunking it yourself. RFK's not offering us anything specific. He's not. He's using code words and code phrases that are meant to do what the Democrats always do, get you to assume things. RFK is not a Democrat. If he's not, he'll do till the Democrat gets here. He's doing exactly what they do. So let's not be silly here. He's not taking votes from Trump. By the way, Professor Lichtman, you talk about third-party candidate. Yeah, RFK would qualify for that, sir. So your little system for keys, I've already found a flaw in it there if you're not counting RFK. But in any case, he's not taking votes from Trump, sir. So, I mean, just everything he's talking about is this will be some slicker way of being Democratic with us. And what I'm saying is that we're different now. We are demanding specifics before we vote for anybody because we've already seen the trick bag language, and you ain't going to get us with that. We've already seen it. So that's why all I'm doing is asking.
He takes away votes from Biden.
I'm asking you specific questions. Say, can we support RFK? And I'm like, folks, he literally ain't offered us anything. Well, he's saying some phrases, and I assume it means.
And as well as the crime bill.
Okay, as well as a crime bill. All right. Tell me exactly what he's offering us for a crime bill.
The same thing that the Asians got.
Quote, the same thing that the Asians got. Now, I don't think the RFK, I don't think the RFK said he's offering us the same thing the Asians got. I don't think he said those words. Okay, then why are you saying that, bro? It's just, if you know he didn't say those things, why are y'all doing that?
Well, no,
is this how far wishful thinking is going?
I can only go by what he said on the Joe Budden, the Breakfast Club, where I know that's the Breakfast Club. That source is a little janky, but that's what he said. He said he's for that. He's for a black agenda. Those two things on the black agenda.
Okay.
And like you said, like the agenda is the leader. I vote with the agenda.
That's all cool and everything, but like I say, no, sir. RFK hasn't said anything about a black crime bill. I don't even know why you all keep saying that. Why do you all say that?
Because that's what he said in 3 interviews.
Okay, so you heard him say the words, a black hate crime bill. You heard him say those words.
Yeah. He said it on Joe Budden, the Breakfast Club, and oh goodness gracious.
Sir, I'm pretty certain that he didn't.
What is the other one?
Sir, I'm pretty certain he didn't say that. I'm pretty certain he didn't.
Okay, well, I know what I heard. He said that.
No, because
I think that we
already covered that with reparations.
That's better than voting for any other candidate.
We already covered that with reparations. Okay, sir, we already covered that with reparations. You already claimed that you heard one thing that I just proved. No, you didn't. You're just assuming and stretching things out.
You didn't prove anything.
I just proved about reparations. He never said that. You said that he did, and no,
you didn't prove anything. You just want to be argumentative.
Sir, I'm quoting your words. That's argumentative. I'm repeating your words.
Yeah.
So I'm being argumentative by repeating your words.
No, I said that he's not for cash payments.
Okay.
I didn't say that he's not for reparations.
And then I said, what definition of reparations.
The word
you're the one who introduced reparations, sir.
Repair.
Okay, and what is he offering that will repair us? That is not cash payments that you approve of.
Our own economic system.
Okay, sir. And what specifically does that mean that he said? His words. What specifically does that mean?
An economic system away from everybody else.
Okay, sir. What specifically does that mean, sir?
Starting with a bank.
With a bank.
A bank that can give out credit and loans away from to our own people to establish our own businesses.
Okay, sir.
Create our own jobs.
Sir Robert,
create our own economic system.
So Robert Kennedy said that he wants to set up a black bank.
Yeah. You know something? And a whole lot of other candidates have promised. Have actually said that as well.
He didn't say that.
But we never paid attention. We never paid attention to them because we're so busy, being.
Sir, sir, here's the issue
talking
I have.
about negativity all the time.
Here's the issue I have. The issue I have is that folks sit up here and they say things that they know are either not correct or not true or didn't really happen because they're desperate to inflate somebody. And they say things that are just flat out false. And just understand, you're doing more harm to yourself and to this man's candidacy by saying things that you know are just flat out untrue. I'm at the man's website right now. Sir, anybody can go to Kennedy24.com and take a look at his campaign platform. Nowhere does it say a single syllable that you just said. Nowhere. But let me guess. Now Robert Kennedy Jr. is argumentative with you. Even though his website is debunking you, that's argumentative with you too, right?
Nope.
Okay. Folks, just remember, if you want to do grievous harm to your candidates, if you want to do terrible harm to them, just start making things up. Call people, make things up, and then do this huge gamble that the person you're talking to either doesn't know, which I do, or that they can't be bothered to immediately go look it up, or that they're not going to ask simple, critical thinking questions. If you want to do horrible destruction to your agenda and a candidate, try bull jiving people and see if you can get away with it. Try that. Call from area code 617. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Call from area code 617. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Bond calling from Boston, Mississippi.
Okay, you said Bond calling from Boston, Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
Haven't heard that
Boston,
one, but go ahead.
Man.
All right, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Peace. I just wanted to say 3 points, man. One, the devil has no new tricks, so they just continue to recycle the old ones. And yourself, your program, and other programs are to like kind of keep us ahead of the corner in terms of being able to detect certain things like that. So that's the first point. Second point I wanted to say, I like true black media over new black media. There's nothing new about what you brothers been doing. You've been doing it for quite some time. It's unfortunate that individuals like the previous caller and maybe a few others are just now catching on and trying to completely confused about the process, which leads me to my third point. The individual just previous, and I believe last week you had an exchange with someone, the brother seemed very adamant on wanting to vote for someone, right? I think he even alluded to the fact of, hey, I'll even write you in. And to every response that he had to you, your intern response was black empowerment, black empowerment. Black empowerment. So I said to myself, I'm like, damn. I said, now that would be a resounding message if everyone, right, instead of voting, if everybody feels so adamant on performing their civic duties, if you really want to go down there in a real big black marker and write black empowerment, right? I think that would speak volumes, man, in terms of our message and where we stand. That's all I got to say. Peace.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand that accurately. You said if everybody goes and writes it with a big black marker?
Whatever it is, it could be a red marker, blue marker. The objective is to highlight or emphasize black empowerment, right? Whether you write that over every, just, you know, how you grade a paper and write a big F on it or something.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Alrighty then.
All right, folks, get your Sharpies out. That'll work. Let me try something here. Caller, where are you calling from?
Good evening there to you, brother. This is Shabaka Sankore. I'm calling you from Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, what we need to do, man, you know, because every 4 years, every 2 years.
Sir, calm yourself. Calm yourself down. I only did this as an experiment here. I'm sure you're pretty much aware here. I'm letting everybody know, and that's why I'm giving you a chance here. Hey, everybody. Don't call up from blocked numbers, VoIP numbers, anything like that. We don't really do that. So just
well, fuck it, man. How about that? So suppose if I just tell you fuck you, how about?
Okay, well, if y'all want to know why we don't do that, it's just for everybody who want just my overseas callers and stuff. If you want to call in, make sure you let my mods know in the chat room, because like they get off and they drink and or they want to do lame trolling or whatever. So it's like, okay, if you have a blocked number or anything like that, first of all, he's been sitting on hold now for, an hour. He's been sitting there for an hour. So by the way, so just anybody else there, just please, if you're going to call up to the program, if you're calling from outside the United States or you're calling from a private number or a block number or something, I don't take those calls. If you're calling from outside the United States and it doesn't show your number, just understand, if you're calling from outside the U.S., it's not going to show your number. It's all going to just show up as ones. So just let the mods know you're calling in. You do that, they'll let me know, and then you don't have to sit there and wait. So everybody hears this, and they'll be calling from overseas and will not say anything. So if you want to know why it is I do that. That call right there, that's the reason why. So now everybody knows. All right, let me get called from area code 843. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason. My name is Gabe, and I'm calling from Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay, we got a girl named Gabe. All right, what did they say? Her parents were shooting for the gusto no matter what. So I give them that much. All right, Gabe, and where from South Carolina are you calling from?
Charleston.
All right, Gabe from Charleston. And what's on your mind?
Okay, what's on my mind is, so I work at a historical place here in Charleston, right? So every time I talk to our people, I'm like telling them, hey, like, why are we even voting? You know, like nobody's doing anything for us, and they prioritize everybody above us. Like, we need to skip out on a couple of these elections to let them know that we're not playing. And it's always, I get this, our ancestors died for us to vote, and our ancestors are rolling over in their graves. And I'm at the point time where, like, hold on. So you mean to tell me if our ancestors know that they're playing us, you didn't think they would want us to strategize in a different way? Like, it's just so ridiculous, the feedback that I'm getting, and it's from our people. And another thing is, 1 week Kamala Harris will say she's a black person, and then the next week she'll say she's an Indian person, and then another week she'll say she's a colored person. Like, stop playing with us. And the guy earlier from the 843, he does not speak for all of us. So I'm
here's the thing.
All the way.
I want to make sure we're clearing a few things. And let me find out here first of all, how old are you, Gabe?
I will be 40 years old tomorrow.
Okay, well, congratulations, happy birthday to you. Hopefully your
Thank you.
Hopefully your OnlyFans will be popping. But down there in Charleston, here's the thing I want you to understand. You're dealing with an older city down there as far as black folk. That's Clyburn country. So yeah, you're hitting, a lot of speed bumps there. That's just understand that environment. If you've been living there, then you know that's the environment that you're in. So,
but these are my age range.
Yeah,
so,
but
these are young
they are,
people
but
that
that's what they're influenced. But those are the folks who raised them. Those
True.
are the people who raised them. So, like I say, you're looking at them as if they're individuals, and we're not taking into account the environment that they're raised in. So, they're products of their environment. So, it takes time for people to have enough life experiences. Unfortunately, sometimes whole generations going to die out before some new folk come along who don't carry on the same failed ideas and practices and cultures and habits. Charleston is a place where the black folk there, for the most part, are older. That's why Dylan Roof targeted that. It's a place where the black folk there are generally older, and their habits and their ideas and behaviors influence things. So you as a younger, or you being 40, I mean, compared to then, you're probably younger. So you may be thinking differently, but please don't forget, for a lot of them, that's what they're raised around. And a lot of the bad programming is sticking. So that's why you're talking to them. It's like, okay, in my 40 years, I see a clear difference in how things should be handled. But they're being raised by people who are like, okay, you keep this kid right now. You but no drink. So that's what happens.
I know. And it's like we're at the bottom here. Like, it's crazy. Like, you look outside and they're like, the whole neighborhood is going to shit. People are like buying everything out. And then you talk to them like, hey, our community. I'm like, this is not a freaking community where you don't own shit on the block. You feel what I'm saying? Like, people have been living there for 30 years and, you know, buyers are come in and make a whole family move who've been staying there for like most of their lives. It's freaking crazy. We don't own shit. Excuse my expression.
Well, like I say, I mean, don't worry. Lowe's has got y'all taken care of down there on the waterfront. So they're building $1 billion thing there that you all will be able to enjoy. So just understand, you don't have to own anything. They'll take care of that part for you. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 301. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, sir. My name is Gerald. I'm calling from Richmond, Virginia.
All right, Gerald from Richmond, Virginia. And what's on your mind?
I have a couple of questions I want to pose to you, and I got an observation. I agree with you on withholding our vote, and I think that we only need to get about an additional 10% to 12% of black people to withhold their vote for like 2 more election cycles, and I think that would make the Democratic Party scream.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying a few days ago, is that you can't do it for just one. If they notice that this is, because they'll just try to delude themselves and thinking, oh, Negroes are just upset 1 year, because if we do it 1 year and then we bounce back the next year, then they're like, oh, that was just an anomaly. If they see a pattern form, then all the alarm bells go off. So 2024, no matter what happens, even if it goes disastrously for Biden, that is still not going to stop them from pressing on to say, okay, well, let's try it again. 2020, 2024, 2028 happens, then you got now they're like, okay, it's a crisis now. They're not venting. It's not a fluke. All their cars didn't break down on the way to the election polls. They're choosing to stay home, and this is a real problem.
I agree, and I have a legislative question for you. In order to get reparation, it cannot be done with an executive order, correct? It has to be done through Congress, right?
You're really going to need to have a law or legislation passed that does that, because remember, the Constitution clearly states the power of the purse belongs to the Congress, not the president.
Yes.
They deliberately made it that way. The Congress sets the budget. So specifically so that you don't have a president circumventing it, which they routinely do, but they got to do it sideways. So Congress has to allocate the money first, and then presidents can play with it to a certain degree. But for the most part, no, they can't really do budgets. No. Congress has to do that.
Okay, another question concerning that issue. Does it have to be a simple majority to pass the legislation, or does it have to be a super majority?
Well, right now, the way they're doing things in Congress, it really needs to be 2/3. You know, it really needs to be that. Yeah. It's only going to be rare circumstances now that politically have a simple majority on things. That usually goes in the Senate, but in the House, it tends to be a little bit different. Although Mitch McConnell's leaving, so who knows? Maybe that might alter a little bit there. Technically, they don't have to do that. They don't have to have 2/3, but really, to be totally honest, that's probably going to really, if they were going to do that, that's probably what they go for. I'm perfectly fine with, 51%. So technically speaking, they don't have to do 2/3. They don't actually have to do that. So if you're asking what they have to do, no, a simple majority is all they need. Is that what they try to do? No.
Yes, and all we need is a strong president to push that, because he could whip up the votes for it. And you know what I honestly think? I honestly think that if we get reparations, it's going to be through a Republican president.
Well, certainly, stranger things have occurred. The real thing is, no matter what happens here, first of all, I start with simple things. Do you have a president, elected leaders, who advocate for your issues? Whether the legislation passes or don't. You got them running around talking about trans people. Now they advocate for them 24/7 and then come to you and so they can sit in the damn bathroom with your daughters. This fella got a whole beard sitting in the bathroom, trying to sit in the bathroom with your 8-year-old daughter, and then telling you and me about what they ain't gonna even speak on for us. They won't even speak on it and say, I agree with this in principle. Right now, there is no abortion legislation to speak of, and Kamala Harris is running around all over the damn place talking about how she supports a woman's rights to choose to throw the babies in the wood chipper. And meanwhile, telling you and me what they can't say for us, that they can't even say the words. They're speaking up for non-citizens and telling you and me that they will not even speak the words to say, I agree in principle. This is why I was black folk, when you talk to the RFKs and whatnot, I'm telling y'all, if you get a chance to talk to them, the news media outlets, Breakfast Club, or anybody else, when you talk to these politicians, it's a simple question. Even ask them, do you support reparations? Do you support in principle? Do you support in principle cash reparations for the descendants of American slaves? Not legislation. Yes. Just do you personally, in principle, support that we should get that? Forget legislation. What's your personal opinion? Should we even get it? And there's where you're going to see a whole bunch of crap hit the fan. If you ask that question, do you agree in your heart, in principle, that we are entitled and we should get cash reparations? Forget legislation. And watch how all of them are going to sit there and start swinging their feet. Well, America done did a lot and black folks should get something. I didn't say something. Do you agree in principle? Just as a personal principle that we should get it. Because you certainly agree in principle that a woman can throw the kids under a lawnmower. You certainly agree with that. So can you tell me that you agree in principle, just as a principle, that we should get it? And watch how you're going to get the same damn answers.
I agree. Because the only bargaining chip we have at FBA is our strategic use of our vote. And once we get our vote on code, then we must focus on our buying power and get that on code. And with those two levels right there, it may take 2 or 3 election cycles. But we could use those, because when you look historic at the Democratic Party since, say, 1965, I'm under no illusion. We live in a white supremacist country. We have no love from either party. But when you look at it practically, and you weigh the scales on which policy of each party has done considerable damage to black people, it's the Democratic Party.
Well, I would say more that, our principles or our agenda has. The Democrats have merely kind of facilitated that. We used to have an agenda, and that led the parties. When we started that vote blue no matter who, That's when it messes up. So what's really happened is you've lost the plot. You don't have your agenda is supposed to be in your interest, not for a political party, and then just trust and believe they're going to do the right thing. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 720. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Junior out of Seattle.
All right, Junior out of Seattle, and what's on your mind?
Man, that dude earlier that I was talking about, RFK Jr., I don't understand what he's talking about because, first of all, RFK, he had like some of his brain eaten by a worm or some crazy shit like that. And I don't think he really knows what he's talking about half the time because I don't even think he's going to be on any ballots. He's on like 8 states maybe or something like that. And he's saying he has the electoral college votes to win the presidency. So I don't know what he's talking about. But with the Republicans and the Democrats, I just feel like we're going to have to just keep bullying the Democrats for reparations because with that dude talking about previously about Republicans giving us reparations, I just don't see us bullying them motherfuckers like that. I just think we got a better chance with, what we doing here, not voting for Democrats, letting them see that, hey, we're not going to vote for you and just bully these motherfuckers and to giving us reparations because I just don't think going after the Republicans, I just don't think we could bully them like that. They just don't.
Yeah,
Democrats
you're not doing yourself any
scary.
favors by just simply shifting your vote from one party that's not doing anything specifically for you to another party that's not doing anything specifically for you. Because what you're then doing is you're rewarding people for their neglect as opposed to rewarding them for advancing your agenda. So there's where the trick bag comes in. Is just, okay, switch to another party. And I always say, no, vote Black empowerment. It doesn't matter what the party is. You vote Black empowerment and let that be what guides your vote. So the real issue is even if you just switch to another party, if that party, there's a difference between a protest vote. Now, I'm not really a favor of protest votes. I'm like, okay, if none of the options are good, well, my vote, I'm protesting by staying home. But in the case of the Democrats, like I say, it's not enough to just protest vote. When they see that they've lost, that they've had a collapse of their solid base, that's going to get their attention. Undivided. That they understand full damn well what happened. What they want to see is whether or not you're going to follow through. Yeah. That's what they want to see.
So would you say that LBJ, would you say that he was bullied into signing that civil rights bill, that civil rights act?
The nation was under duress.
Even though he's a Democrat?
The nation was under duress to do that. Black folk were in the streets. Revolution was in the air. We weren't accepting any more wolf tickets or excuses. You had hundreds of thousands show up in Washington. So, yeah, brother, like I say, for those of us growing up after that, you don't understand what's going on. That movement changed television. It changed the way we were shown. It changed everything. That radically, fundamentally transformed the nation. And Dr. John Henry Clark talked about that. He said that when we had them in 65 and through 69, the nation was going to give us, was willing to make any concession that we wanted. We took the streets, not just in one place. We were in the streets across the nation, everywhere. It wasn't just the one or two places. We were out in the streets everywhere. That's what did it. So Lyndon Johnson did not alter things because he wanted to. They altered things because, just understand, you can't have a nation that is in upheaval and in revolt and still remain viable. That doesn't happen. And in our case, you had a group of people with nothing to lose. So what do you do with a bunch of folk who have nothing to lose and now they're out there in the streets? If you don't give up something, they already throwing things and shooting at folk and burning stuff in various cities. You're very close to touching off a revolution, a full-blown revolution. You're very close to that. And that's what really happened. That's what's really going on. And what they did was whatever the bare minimum was to get y'all niggas out the streets. That's what that was. All of a sudden, things they swore they wouldn't do, now all of a sudden you putting in the law. And I'll be damned. And what they were watching was to see how long it was before we got out the streets.
Yeah, and I hear a lot of black folks out here on this side, like up in the Pacific Northwest, just, talking about, and these are my fellow FBAs, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm originally from the South, so it's just when I hear them talk about, like, they, Trump policies and, Republicans it's okay for blacks. I'm just like, how can you think that when, this dude, I'm not a Democrat, you know what I'm saying? I don't vote with them motherfuckers, but it's like Trump want to replace the tax code with tariffs. Like, it's like, why would you want somebody to do that? Like, everybody know, or if you don't know, like, we pay the tariffs. Like, that's going to kill the black community. We already don't make a lot of money as it is. So if there's no tax code and we just paying tariffs on everything, like, how is that beneficial to our community overall? Like, I think some people just be saying shit to maybe they don't want to be cool, or they think Trump is like the cool thing to do or some shit like that.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
That's the way politics works. Is sometimes, cult of personality and who's popular. Some people just want to be rebels and they just want to be, different. And that's the first thing that happens there, So just sometimes you have to be careful of that as well. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 667. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
I'm calling out of Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay, what is your name, sir?
My name's CJ. CJ.
Okay, CJ out of Baltimore, and what's on your mind?
Man, I'm so sick. Like, as far as our people, like, a lot of us don't study. And that's the main problem that we have as the people, that we don't study. You know what I'm saying? And we don't pay attention to politics. And we should pay attention to politics. But us as a people, when we are not educated, then we cannot elevate as a people. And I feel like I feel like we don't have a dog to fight when it comes to voting for Biden or Trump or whoever gets in office, because this country racist.
All right, y'all. I think we able to hang in there as long as we could for that. Let me get caller from area code 609. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It is Jim calling from Trenton, New Jersey.
All right, Jim from Trenton, and what's on your mind?
Yeah, right now, I see the Democrats right now. I don't know if you agree with this, but I see them right now looking at a good opportunity that they're seeing where the black vote going at. It's not going their way. That to get Biden back in office, they can just he can get in there, sign another executive order, allow more, about 20 or 30 more illegal immigrants in here, allow them to vote, and bang, dilute our vote. How you feel about that?
Well, like I said, definitely that's the strategy they've been trying to employ here. But remember, that's a strategy that ultimately, balances itself out, because as we've seen, they're only loyal to them for that green card once they get here. After they get here, they start thinning out, and it becomes kind of 50-50 voting for Democrats, and then they start voting for Republicans. Once they get their own personal situation solidified, they're no longer solidly Democrat. That's the problem that they keep running into. JFK, remember, when it comes to Cuba and wet foot, dry foot, okay, but take a look at how the Cubans vote. Take a look at how the Cubans vote down there in Florida. Take a look at Texas. Take a look at how the Mexicans vote down there. Take a look at Uvalde. So there's the issue that they're running into, which, by the way, is not really an issue. That's the plan. Because the Republicans are as much a part of that as the Democrats are. You go take a look at these states where the illegals are going to, they do asset forfeiture on you if you trying to sell a bag of weed. Meanwhile, white men got whole multi-million-dollar agricultural operations and nobody's going to go seize all their stuff yet in these solidly Republican states, in Florida, in Georgia, the Carolinas, Kentucky, Louisiana. How can that be, bruh? That's not Democrats doing that. That's not Democrats doing that. So just recognize the little trick bag game that they play. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. We are in the last 28 hours of our crowdfunding here for my new documentary film, 8 a.m., 7 a.m., completely transformed the American national dialogue and narrative of which we speak. They're no longer talking about integration, no longer talking about education. We're talking about economics and empowerment. That's how it began. This is the next big step. We are on our way. I want to know who's going to put us over for 200 tonight. I'm taking a look at it here. We got 28 hours left. So all the folk here who wait till the last minute, we're checking it out right now. You have your opportunity to do that. I'm asking who's going to put us over for 200. I want to know who's going to be seeing me when we get that done. Because I'm looking forward to seeing some of you in person there. So who's going to put us over for that? We're going into the last 28 hours here. Let me get caller from area code 917. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, my name is Daniel, and I come from New Jersey.
Okay, Daniel, from where at New Jersey?
East Windsor, New Jersey.
Okay, Daniel from East Windsor, and what's on your mind?
Well, what's on my mind is that I feel like if we vote like a third party as a collective to get votes away from the Democrats, then we'll be able to try to force their way next election to try and push for reparations, anti-black hate crime bills, and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, like I say, first of all, we've already been doing it now. We've been doing it now for a decade. So we've already been doing it now. That's the good news. The real thing is what they're looking for is to see, and if we don't do what y'all say, then what? Now, remember, that's the Democrats' position. If you've been listening to the program tonight with Joe Biden, I mean, he's being defiant for his presidential chair. That's what they've been doing with us. Okay, yeah, we hear y'all niggas yelling, and if we don't do it, then what? So right now, what they're looking for on Election Day is what are y'all going to do if we don't do it? So if it goes bad in 2024 and then goes bad again in 2028. At that point, it is my prediction that 2 election cycles in a row, that's the game changer.
Okay, so if we wait like 2 elections and we don't vote Democrat, then it probably will force their hand to see that we're not going to take any more nonsense waiting for what's owed to us.
They will not believe us if we just sit up here and flake out for one election and then come back the next one. If they'll just write that off as a blip. Oh, well, they were just throwing a temper tantrum. But see, they came back. If that happens, then that washes away all of your progress. It gives them the ability to keep doing that. 2020 was, well, 2020 was not, 2020, I won't say it was necessarily a refutation of it, but certainly the problem with Biden in 2020 was he really should have washed Trump and he didn't. He squeaked by. He won Georgia by 10,000 votes. That's not a mandate. That's not a landslide. So in some of these places, he just barely won when in reality, it should have been a wash and it wasn't. That was how you knew, okay, his support is soft. This is more a result of what Trump's not doing or didn't do than anything that you are doing or offering. That's the difference. And if Trump can just get out of his own way, then he would have won in 2020. And if he just gets out of his way in 2024, and what I've seen in the last 2 weeks, I want you all to understand, Trump ain't been showing up. Everybody and their mama would be doing an interview with him right now if he were willing to do one. And what we're seeing is that Trump is doing something that folk didn't think he was capable of. He's just sitting back in the cut. He's not fighting to get on air. He's not throwing any grenades right now. He's actually showing to be disciplined. Could he possibly be listening to advisors who are telling him, please just lay low. Biden is roasting. He's boiling. Just let him boil. Just don't jump out there and give them a reason to take the attention off of Biden. You're winning. Just let him lose. You're winning. And it actually appears that he's listening to that. So could it be that indictment and every damn thing else has him thinking, I need to act more strategically? I can't just say and do everything that pops into my head. I need to be, for once in my life, I need to stop counting on white privilege and I need to be a little more strategic. Could that be occurring? I think it could be.
I mean, that could be occurring because the problem is that this presidency for him is a way for him to try and stay out of jail. So I think that's the other aspect too. Like he's trying to make sure that he can stay out of prison and become the next president again. Because Biden, even if he did do some decent things like lower insulin prices and you have black business being built under him, this is a man who still doesn't know where he's at half the time.
Well, I mean, look, here's the real problem with the things that Biden named is that for the most part, those are things that were going to happen regardless. Those are actually things that are going to happen regardless. Bernie Sanders has been yelling about, prescription drugs and him and Elizabeth Warren for decades. So those kind of things right there were going to happen regardless. And by the way, Republicans are in favor of that too. So there's the real thing is it's hard to give you credit for something that the electorate understands, that was really going to happen regardless. So that's why it doesn't carry as much weight as he wish it does. That's why they try to frame that as being something specifically for black people. And it's a hoodwinking of you. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get over here on Zoom. We got Big Mezzy on Zoom. All right, Mezzy, and what is on your mind?
Brother Jason, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, I'm trying to figure out why they really don't think that we will sit out this vote.
Well, because previously we haven't.
Right. We're really going to have to prove to them that we're willing to sit this vote out.
Remember, the civil rights generation didn't do that. The civil rights generation would be their only argument was between Democrat candidates. They'd be a little wishy over here, a little washy over there, and that was it. As far as actually truly, distancing themselves, you really hadn't seen anything like that since Richard Nixon. There's a reason why James Brown and other folks were running around with him. So you haven't really seen anything like that in 40, 50 years. So no, you've conditioned them to believe that that's simply not possible. Yes.
And that recording you was playing, I'm listening to Joe Biden's voice, and I'm like, they were saying it was AI, and I'm like, he didn't sound that strong. Like his voice, the inflection of his voice just sounded like he was just a young 45-year-old Joe when he used to be talking and calling us super predators and all that type of stuff. So if he would have came with that much vigor on that debate, it'd probably be a different story right now. But
well, it depends on what you got him on. It depends on what you got him on. Like I say, look, nobody's fooled. Nobody is fooled by what's going on right now. Everyone sees what's happening. What he is not doing is getting on camera, speaking to folks for an extended period of time with something that's not scripted. He's not doing that. He's going in front of George Stephanopoulos. Can y'all edit this? He's going on, on Morning Joe, calling in on the phone. It's like, dude, you're making it worse by using those tactics. You're supposed to be out there dispelling these questions. All you're really doing, because people are now looking for the slightest detail. People are looking for the slightest thing off, so you got to come straight up. In other words, he needs to basically keep running that debate over and over again. You're going to have to show up in person and speak to people directly over and over and over and over again. That's the only thing that's going to convince people that what happened on that debate night was a fluke. Is if you keep doing this over and over again, it's like, well, yeah, that was that night, but ever since then, it looks like he okay because he's talking to folks directly. That's what that tends to do. Without that, this doesn't work.
They really think they can fool us. That's the respect they have for us, that they feel like they can do these tactics and make these excuses and all this type of stuff. Like we don't see what's going on. We don't see what the immigrants are doing. I'm out in St. John, Indiana, but I'm from Chicagoland area. I'm 20, 30 minutes away from Chicago. So I see what's going on. We was downtown. These immigrants hanging out. They on Lake Street. They all in the Fulton district. They just like on corners, eight or nine of them. I seen someone with house arrest bracelets on their legs and everything. Like they letting criminals over here, and they just hanging out downtown, like in the nice areas where we go shop and we go, just go to the bars and go out to eat and stuff like that. And they just on every other corner, just hanging out, nowhere to go. It's just gang on. And you're gonna wait for them to just, you know what I'm saying, get a gang together, and they just start. It's gonna cause a lot of violence, is what I've been telling people. And it's all around Chicago, all different neighborhoods. They just packing them in different places.
Well, they're sending them specifically where black folk are. They're specifically dropping them in black neighborhoods and black areas.
I'm from a neighborhood, Fort Heights, Illinois, and they just gave the community like $1 million to house them in our recreational. It's called the Cedar Building. They put them in there. They're teaching them how to drive. They're giving them skills, the forklifting classes, all this stuff that we could have been having already. The community is already small, but those resources that they're giving to them, they could have been giving them to the people in the community. They come right out there and they're getting everything. They teaching them how to drive, forklifts. They teaching them flaggers on the construction sites. They got all these.
What they're showing you is that all the excuses they tell you and me for we can't do it, we ain't got the money, you expect us just to pull that out of thin air. It's like what they're showing you is, it's all lies. You're just saying, you're just doing that to us. At that point right there, it's like, okay, to hell with y'all. That is the only sensible response that you make when somebody shows you, yeah, the money's always been there. No, we just don't want to give it to you. We don't want to do nothing for you. We'll do it for anybody else except the folks who are supposed to get it. And at that point, it's like, okay, you've declared war. I'll just have the last word.
I'm thinking like we sit out. I know I'm not voting for Biden. I haven't decided if I'm going to vote or not. But so we sit out this when Biden loses, Trump gets in, then say another 4 years. They still not talking the way we want them to talk. We sit out again. Like, how many elections do you really think it's going to take for them to get there?
The same answer I give you all for reparations. Thank you. There is no, because remember, right now, Democrats, Republicans, strategists, CIA, Homeland Security, all these folks are listening to us right now. They're listening to this program right now. And what they want to know is, okay, what's the sentiment? What's their game plan? What's their philosophy? Our philosophy is we're going to be here as long as it takes. We will be here until Saturn loses its rings. We will be here as long as it. We're not going anywhere. So you can't wait us out. There is no waiting us out. We are going to be here on your neck, on your ass till we get it. That's the end. How long y'all going to be here till you drop it off? Let me go back to what I was saying before. It upsets people. But you from Chicago, so you know the deal. You know how it is when somebody owe you. You know how it is. No. There's the other side of it there. You know how it is. Okay, you had to go run old boy down. You coming down Halstead. Oh, there he is over there by the chicken shack. There he is. Okay, hey, bruh, it's been like 3 months. You ain't even sleeping at the house no more. Okay, he giving you excuses or worse. Man, why you bother me? Don't you see I'm with my woman over here? I'll talk to you later. It's like, oh, no, now you got to get touched up. Now you got to get touched up. Now let me tell you how we do it where I'm from. The way we say it is, okay, after you done had to do something, and by the way, I'm going to whoop your ass every time I see you.
On site.
All of a sudden, they find their damn money. So it's like, okay, well, that's got to be the attitude we got to bring. It's like, okay, how long y'all going to keep this up? We're going to keep this up every time we see you. Every time we see you. Y'all still on that? Yes, we still are. Yeah, every time. We're not going nowhere. We ain't dropping nothing. And every time we see you, this is what it's going to be. So welcome to the new normal. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. That's the energy and attitude we got to have. There is no off switch. There is no until. It's until it's done. Simple as that. How long y'all gonna keep this up until y'all really on that every time I see you? Then they will take you seriously. Call from area code 512. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Eric in Austin, Texas.
All right, Eric in Austin, and what's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Black, I feel like, at this point, Biden has to announce that, he's going to run and he's not dropping out. Because if he did announce that he was dropping out, he would be forced to have
You missed the whole beginning of the program, apparently. You missed the whole first hour.
Well, my apologies. I got out of work and I lost.
Yeah, Biden has. We covered that the whole first hour. He was on MSNBC, so no, he's declared he's 10 toes down. The only way he's getting out is if they kick him out. So, nope.
Well, all I was saying is he has to say that, because if he did say he was dropping out, he would be forced to have to endorse Kamala Harris, and I don't think he wants, along with everybody else.
No,
I don't think he wants to.
He doesn't have to endorse her.
Supports her.
No, he doesn't have to endorse her. He can just sit.
He doesn't have to.
He can just
that?
sit. No. He can just sit back and say he's not. Let the party decide. He can just do that. How's that going to hurt him? If the presidency is the top office you can have, you don't go to something lower. So if it doesn't work out as president, that's it. He's done in politics. So why does he need to support her at all? What does he gain from it?
The reason I was saying. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, what does he gain from it? She gets to be president. Even let's just say in the ideal scenario, he drops out, he endorses her as president, she wins. What can she do for him? Even if she becomes the most popular president ever, is she going to endorse him when he's 92? Hey, vote for Joe Biden. How does she repay the favor? You see what I mean?
Well, yeah, I understand that piece, but I was saying though that. He's still somebody who is, a guy that's not really fond of black folks, and I feel like if he does not endorse her, it breaks down the power even less for the Democratic Party. Period.
And you're assuming that he would want to do something for the Democratic Party. Let me remind you, people thought similar things about Al Gore. You saw what happened to him in 2000. I dare you to show me where he really went stomping for the Democrats after that. He went to Hollywood. He made a documentary film. Show me what he's done to help the Democrats after what happened to him in 2000. Show me where John Kerry went out of his way for them. So Al Gore is a worst case scenario, but he's not the only one. So show me where they really went stomping for them after they lost their end, especially in the case of Al Gore. When he lost his end, it's like, oh, okay, well, damn, y'all.
Because these think tanks, they continuously work all the time. So they're working right now as we're talking. So I feel like there is a plan B and a plan C in regards to this coming election, where I feel like there's a lot of pressure on her to kind of like to create some type of disruption between those two. But she's forced to be quiet. She's not really saying anything.
No, a lot of folk got hoodwinked. People were under the mistaken notion that Joe Biden was running for one term. And I think that's what the idea was among the party, but I think the party got hoodwinked. Joe Biden got in there and they had the idea that it was going to be one term and he was going to do a Dick Cheney, and he had no intention of doing that. Now you got his son and his wife involved. So no, he's here for the takeover. And I'll tell you something else. Now, I think his sister's been running his campaigns. His wife is on the campaign trail with him. He's going to try to get that no good ass son of his into politics. What? Now, I know right now this sounds far-fetched, but mark my words. He's going to try to figure out some way to either get his son in there or somebody else in the family. He's going to have to. Mark my words, that's the only reason he would be sticking around this long. He's not sticking around for himself. He's sticking around for something else. And it's not to help Kamala Harris. Her job was simply to help him. She's a female. Them chicks up there making accusations against him. He got her on board because, okay, you're colored and you're female, and that gives him cover with these other folk there. Can't say he's racist because here she is. So if y'all vote against me, you voting against her before you figure out what she really isn't. And it worked to a certain degree with a certain part of the electorate. The bloom has come off the rose pretty quickly. And now I think people see that, oh, he had no intention of being one term, and he's showing you now, and I have no intention of giving this seat up. So this isn't something he came to a conclusion of in 2024. This is what he was going to do the whole time. Everybody else was just telling themselves, okay, we'll do something different in 2024. And he's like, that's your ass. So he chose a woman that he knew he didn't really have to support. He put her in a position where she looks terrible. Here, go. You're in charge of the southern border, but I won't let you do anything with it. And then he's ruined her name. And that was the goal. I said that in 2020. The whole goal was to ruin her name, and it has succeeded spectacularly. So no, brother, he didn't sabotage her to help her later. He sabotaged her because this was the plan the whole time.
Yeah. Well, I feel like if he tried to get his son involved in politics some kind of way, the establishment, if you're not a part of the establishment, they can kind of shun you. So if he came about and tried to bring his son in, I mean, that the whole Democratic Party would turn against him and his son to a certain extent because he's not a part of, nobody really knows his son like that.
Yeah, they do, but most of it's not very good. But my point is, what you're making a point there, and that's, I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is when the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. He doesn't have, remember, I think he's had a son die and everything. So, I mean, if this is the only one you got to work with, you got to make it do what it do. Mm-hmm. Even if it's a long shot, you got to try. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Even if it's a long shot, you got to try. Why do y'all think he's going to bat for him like this? If this is the only one he got, get him off the rock. If y'all can get him off the pipe and get him away from them hoes and everything else there, it's just, if you can get him out there long enough, because you know what his argument will be. Hey, I'm not racist. I was hoeing out black women too. So it's all right. Caller from area code 678. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
What is your name? Where you calling from?
Hello? Justin. I'm calling from Atlanta.
Okay, Justin from Atlanta. What's on your mind?
A few things actually. I'm a Trump supporter actually, and I think we should vote. I think we've been absent in large numbers from the voting pool for so long that that's the real reason we don't get a, fair representation. Also, I don't really believe in reparations. I think that we should be able to get free education because we make money now and we spend all our money in the wrong ways. So I feel like education would help us as far as generational wealth really goes.
What in the hell is the matter with you?
Hello?
Sir, we already get free education.
I mean, it seems like that, but it's still a debt hanging over your head.
Sir, we
really
already
like
get free education, sir. We already get that.
Okay.
For most of you who don't know, with Perkins loans, for example, if your income's low enough, they usually just give that to you for free, or they make it a grant. So I'm just saying, brother, we already get.
So you got to be poor to get it.
Oh,
but if
you're
making money,
and most black folk are, sir, which is why their degrees don't do anything for them after they get them. Student loan debt is not the issue. The problem is other folks' degrees are honored in the economic marketplace and black people's are not. That's the problem. Student loan debt wouldn't be an issue if that degree lived up to his promise of giving you a six-figure income.
I mean, I understand what you're saying about that, but certain degrees just equal more money.
Some degrees are more valuable. Some degrees are more valuable than others. But the bottom line is, we already get white men who have a high school degree make as much money as black folk with a college degree. I'm sorry, white men with a high school diploma make as much as black people with a master's degree. Why is that, sir? If quote, education is the answer, why are they able to do so much more with their high school diploma than black folk are with their high school diploma? If education's the answer,
because they employ their people. They told us to be entrepreneurs. And they told their people to be doctors.
Okay. So that thing about free education. So we're kind of overvaluing that when you say, okay, let's give up cash payments for quote free education. Oh, so that's not the answer.
Right. I mean, that's just more realistic. Do you think like somebody who's been like lording over you and trying to keep you poor is just going to turn around and give you money to compete with them and their kids?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I think someone who's been lording over you and has you in chains, I don't think they would ever let you out. And I think there's someone who's defined you as 3/5, and I think there's someone who's defined you as 3/5 of a person. Why, they would never reverse that. And I think there's someone who's just said that they can lynch you in the streets. I think they would never reverse that. And I think there's someone who says segregation. I think they would never reverse that. As a matter of fact, I think there's a whole list of things that could never possibly happen. So there's no reason for us to ever advocate that it should occur. Right?
No, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that to be more realistic with it, you know, free education if you wanted to be a doctor or a lawyer so that we can open our own hospitals, our own engineering firms, our own law firms, and then we can hire our own people. We can keep all our money in our communities.
Okay, sir, why don't they go ahead and why don't they just go ahead and cut the check here and we'll buy our own degree? How about that one?
We already make enough money, you know, like you said, college is free.
Wow.
I mean, college is
now he's saying,
free.
okay, now he's saying we make enough money. So, I mean, if we already make enough money, then why do we need reparations at all, sir?
I'm just saying we're spending billions of dollars on shoes and clothes.
White folks spend billions of dollars on cars, shoes, clothes, pornography.
They make 10 times our money, right? So they
but sir, that has nothing to do with what they're spending, sir. White folks spend more money on those things there. Who do you think's buying Bugattis and Lamborghinis, sir?
Yes, sir, because they make the money.
Let me find out here. Now, you said you're from Atlanta. Were you born and raised in Atlanta?
Yes, my people have been here for 400 years. I'm indigenous to America. All I wanted to ask you.
Now he's trying to filibuster. No. Now he's like, okay, you sound real shaky with that, sir. So I'm not so certain about that. My folks been here for 400 years. That response doesn't even make any sense. So let's try this a different way.
Sir.
Where was your grandmother born?
In Georgia, in Edenton, Georgia.
In Edenton, Georgia. And where are her people from originally? Because how did they end up there?
I couldn't even tell you. I just the older pictures that I see of them, I couldn't really tell you. In all honesty,
he just told us they've been here for 400 years. I'm like, okay, your grandmama is where she come from. I can't really tell you that, man. I'm like, okay, y'all should just take. Y'all just need some free education. That's what y'all need. I'm like, okay, sound real shady, bro. It sounds real shady.
Look, I'm a plumber, you know, and I used to work an hourly position, and then I moved up and then I started working a percentage.
Okay.
Then I moved up and I started owning my own company.
Now he's
so
explaining.
what I saw through that process was, what I saw through that process was basically that the more knowledge that I had, the more money I was able to make, and then I was eventually able to make it like on my own with no one there.
But you have not. But what you haven't been able to do is to equal your white counterparts from a similar background. Now that you haven't been able to do.
I mean, that's understandable.
Okay, but what that also means is that that's not a function of education.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying to you.
Wow. Okay. Do y'all realize that once your point has been debunked, the adult thing is to acknowledge, oh, you know what? I hadn't considered it like that. Thank you very much. Not to keep trying to argue and see if you can redeem what it is there. That doesn't work, brother. We already got plenty of black folk. First of all, it's the law for you to get free education. Entry-level jobs do not require a degree. Free education is a red herring and a con job. You're just going to end up exactly where you are today. You'll have a degree with no debt that you ultimately cannot use to the extent that these other folks can. There's the problem. And what you're going to bring it back to is, oh yeah, because we don't have capital to be able to capitalize on those degrees like these other folks have, because they're hoarding the wealth and sequestering it all for themselves.
We don't have the foundation. We don't have the dentists. We don't have the engineers. We don't have the doctors. We don't have the foundation. So anytime that we go out for a job or anytime that we go out for money, of course we have to eat out their hand. They have
Sir, do you think the reason that black people are at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder is because we don't have enough dentists?
What I'm saying is
second try, sir. Are you telling us all that black people are at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder because we don't have enough black dentists?
We don't have enough black business. I'll say it like that.
Okay, sir. Okay, you're in Atlanta.
That employs our people.
Sir, you're in Atlanta.
Yes,
I do understand that. No black person has any problem being able to find a black dentist in Atlanta, sir.
Okay, I live in Atlanta, and
we have plenty of there are plenty of black dentists. Sir, we got plenty of black dentists in Atlanta. That's not the issue. The issue is what you're saying is capital.
About dentists.
Sir, the issue you're saying is capital formation. That's the issue. Because Atlanta, up until a couple of weeks ago, was the most overvalued real estate in America. Now you got black folk at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder, and yet the city has the most overvalued real estate in America there. That skewed dichotomy there, what does that tell you? How can you have people who are not doing well financially and at the same time where they are is overvalued in price? Now, how can that be?
That's not true, though. That's only because what they're building is they're doubling the price of what they're building, and they're doubling the price of stuff that they're renovating.
Who is doubling the price of it, sir?
The Indians and the whites. The Indians and the whites.
Okay, so are there Indians who are not white, sir?
Are there Indians that are not white?
Okay, thank you. This guy here, he swears he's got some intelligence there, sir. So the real thing is, by the way, and how are they doing that, sir?
Well, they do group economics, so they might get 10, 15 people with
okay, sir, that's not the way that works. No, you don't get 10, 15 people with $1,000. What you do is you get one bank. What you do is you get one bank with a few $1 million. That's what I do. You've never started the business before, sir.
I have. I own multiple companies now.
Sir, you may own multiple companies, but that's not meaning that you have multiple enterprises,
I run
sir.
Multiple companies on a daily basis. I don't work anymore. I'm retired. I'm 31 years old.
He's sitting over there. I understand. He's sitting over there giggling. He says he's retired and he runs.
Because it's funny.
Name two of your businesses. We would love to patronize them.
Oh, I mean, I won't want to put myself out there like that.
Okay, get off my phone, lying. No reason to go any further with that. I own multiple business, dude. Don't talk to a person who actually does and then say something like that. Don't do that. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. He just said that. He's retired. He said, I own multiple businesses. He's sitting there 31 years. I'm 31 years. I'm 31 years. I'm saying this is what happens when the bastard babies and mama's boys sit up here and call grown people. They don't even know how to lie right. They can't even tell a convincing lie. He's sitting over there giggling. Oh, multiple business. Nigga, you don't wear the shoes you wearing. I'm taking a look over here at the crowdfunding. We're inching our way to 200. Finish strong. We're inching our way to 200. We got 27 hours left. I'm seeing y'all coming through. We're inching our way there. I want to see more of that. We can do this. Let me get caller from area code 423. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Bam Bam out of Tennessee, Chattanooga.
All right, Bam Bam out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. And by the way, for everyone in Tennessee, that is one of those places to look out for. I know that I put Nashville on the map. I know I did when I did that. But you have to follow the interstate system. Chattanooga has its signs on the interstate system, always has there. And there's a lot that's going on in Chattanooga now. So everybody's been talking about Nashville. But Chattanooga is another one that is below the radar, and the train is leaving the station in Chattanooga, Tennessee now. So it's not just Nashville anymore. Chattanooga is getting its run. So look for more of that to be happening and more news to be coming out of there. Oh, what's on your mind?
What's on my mind is, why will we vote for the Democrats when we sat up here and watched them give the Afghan refugees money, and then the Taliban weapons? Why will we sit up here and vote for the Democrats when they gave the Ukrainians money and citizenship over here? Why will we sit up here and vote for the Democrats when they gave illegal immigrants money to come over here? There is no point of voting for them. We see you. We've seen everything you guys have done. You spat in our faces. You beat the crap out of the Haitians. They can't even come over here. You reported this, Jason. Roland Martin didn't even report it. He waited 3 days. I've been a long-time listener. This is my very first time calling. Some people need to just be quiet and sit back in class and just observe for a little bit. That's what they need to do, because some of these callers is just spewing nonsense. Education, you went through that 4 years ago, multiple times. The citizenship, changing from black to Aboriginal, you went through this decades. I've been a long-time listener since 2010.
90 seconds.
These people just need to be quiet, sit in the back of class, and learn.
Well, if they were capable of learning, they would. You make a good point about the illegals, by the way, because everybody wants to tell us that we can't get cash payments, and they're giving illegals who shouldn't even be here debit cards and money every month, while telling you and me what they can't. Well, they ain't gonna do that for y'all. They're doing it for the illegals.
Illegals? They're not even from here. They didn't even vote.
60
what are we
seconds.
Voting for then? No, Mr. Biden, you have 4 months to have reparations and that hate crime bill on the table before election. That's what you have, sir. And if you don't, like you said, what the Democrats will say, if we don't, sir, you guys put all them Trump on Trump, them charges. What do you think he's going to do when he gets in?
Well, in the case of Biden here now, in the case of Biden, the time for him to move on those things was years ago. The only thing we need to do now is just show them there are consequences. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 678. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Black Matter Podcast from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, Black Matter Podcast. And what's on your
mind? 10 seconds.
The phone messed up. Yeah, it's Black Matter Podcast from Atlanta, Georgia. Only thing I really wanted to say was you got a lot of people talking like they don't remember what their ancestors went through whenever they had to deal with all the stuff that basically got us here in the first place. If you're not waking up every day pissed off, something is wrong with you. If you're waking up every day looking at all the other stuff that everybody's getting and you're smiling saying, oh, that's great, something is wrong with you. End of the day, I'll keep it simple. They either need to cut the check or get wrecked. Period.
No more excuses. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. So that's what we got to have right here. Tonight's program, like I know we went a little street on folks, but I got to keep it real. No more excuses, man. No more excuses. Folks know how to find you when they want to borrow some money, and then they get scarce when it's time to pay you back. folks know how to find you when they want you to get up and come vote for them. And then as soon as you cast your ballot, all of a sudden they disappear on you and then don't show up again until years later talking about, well, I did sit up here and, paint that fire hydrant down the street from you there so you can see it better when you come around. Man, you building houses for other people and telling me about a damn fire hydrant. Caller area code 510. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Marcus from Cali.
Okay, Marcus, from where at in Cali?
Bay Area.
Okay, let me try this one last time here. Marcus from California. Where you calling from, brother?
Bay Area. Can you?
All right, Marcus, when he figures out where he's from, then we'll go ahead and talk to him. Let me get caller area code 254. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Molly Artworks. Y'all told me to call in.
Okay, Molly Artworks.
Waco, Texas.
Congratulations, Molly Artworks from Waco, Texas. And what's on your mind?
Okay, I was calling to wonder, why did you diss the young woman who was speaking about black empowerment, and you said something about for fans only? Why did you disrespect black sister?
I don't think I said for fans only, and I don't think I said that,
you said
ma'am.
for fans only.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, and a young lady ahead of me commented on that, and I commented on that.
Ma'am,
so,
ma'am, I will certainly address things I said. I'm not going to take responsibility for something I simply did not say. What is fans only?
Well,
why don't you explain to me what fans only is?
Well, you should know what fans for
okay,
fans
you're the one
only.
saying
I'm an
it.
older sister.
You're the one saying it.
I'm old enough to be your mother.
Okay,
so
you're the
I
one
know what
saying
fans
it.
Are
you're the one saying
only,
it. Tell me
so
what you're
you
talking
should
about.
know.
Okay, tell me what you're talking about. You're the one who's saying it, so tell me what you're talking about.
No, I'm not going to address what for fans only are.
Okay, then if you don't have an issue, then you're babbling.
Ma'am,
you're kind of babbling. Ma'am, you're kind of babbling. If you're not going to explain what you mean, you kind of sound like you're high or you're drunk or you're babbling. So can you clarify what is fans only?
I'm not babbling. I'm speaking. But
what is fans only, ma'am? What is fans only, ma'am? What is fans only? You're babbling. What is that? You sound crazy.
Fans only. That's something that you all have in your social media.
Okay, what is your problem, ma'am? What's your problem with it?
My problem is that a young woman called earlier today, and before she even was able to tell you why she was calling, which was about reparations and other black issues, you said something about for fans only.
Okay,
page.
What did I say? Ma'am, what did I say?
You say, I'm sure that you'll be very interested in your for fans only page or something like that.
No, ma'am, I did not say that. So now you're just, ma'am, I didn't say that. Now you're just lying. Just knock off the Hennessy.
No, I
didn't say that.
That's one thing, young man, I don't do
then
is lie.
Ma'am, you're either lying or you're Joe Biden. You're one or the other.
Apologize to that young woman.
Ma'am, you're sitting up here. Ma'am, you're making an ass of yourself because everybody's saying that I didn't say that.
No, I'm not. And you don't have to curse when you speak.
Ma'am, nobody. Ma'am, first of all, you're loud. Ma'am, you sound like you're 500 pounds. You're very loud and very belligerent. Calm down.
And I'm not.
Ma'am, calm your Big Mama Thornton. You sound like Big Mama Thornton. Can you calm yourself down? Can you do that? Because you're very loud and you're very belligerent. Can you calm yourself down?
I'm not loud at all. No one in my house can hear me.
Ma'am, can you calm yourself down? You're very loud and very belligerent. That's not a good look. That's not a good look for black females. You're very loud and very belligerent. And you sound kind of obese. Loud, big, loud, and belligerent.
At all. See, this was interesting.
Ma'am, will you calm yourself? Will you quiet it down?
Women. I'm not yelling at all
Ma'am,
now.
will you lower your volume?
I'm yelling. I'm just talking to you, my
dear
brother.
Ma'am, you are very angry. You're very angry. You're very angry.
No, this is the thing.
Ma'am, you're very angry and very loud.
Period talk down to a woman is
lower
not
your volume.
Let me take off.
You're
let me
very loud and
now,
very angry.
I'm not loud. I'm talking.
Ma'am, it's not ladylike to talk over. It is not ladylike to talk over people. So you don't even sound like a female. You sound very macho.
Me how to be a lady, and I've been one for 66 years.
We can't tell.
I'm telling you this.
We can't tell.
Been through with the Black Panthers. I know how the Black Panthers talk, and they never disrespected black women.
Ma'am,
and
we can't tell.
Coming in, you talk against the black. You talk against older black people.
Ma'am,
well, guess what?
Ma'am, you're 60. You just said you were 60 years old. How are you with the Panthers and you're only 60 years old? How did that happen?
Listen, I was 10 years old and my sister took me. I didn't say I was in the Panthers. What? I've heard them speak.
Okay, so everybody's just a liar tonight.
I went to hear them speak.
Everybody here tonight. This is the problem. I want y'all to understand. This is why you can't have liars around you. Everybody, if you tolerate it for a little bit, they just start lying, just freestyling. So she sounded like Kamala Harris. Freedom. I was with the Panthers. Actually, I was 10 years old. No, actually, you were nowhere near them.
And what you're talking about is great. Because you go back and read your thing.
Some folks just want to be heard. Is what it is. Some people just want to be heard. Let me go ahead and mute her right quick. Some folks just want to be heard is what it is. They're old. You got to watch out for these old niggas because they haven't done anything with their lives. They see productive people around them. They've never actually had to be productive and get something done. So they really just jump up so they can be seen. And they think they're going to get credit because they've lived. They've managed to keep breathing and eating for a certain number of decades. And then they get shocked when they find out that's not really the standard that we use. We don't use that standard. And then when they realize that doesn't get them respect, then they start trying to embellish or just fabricate credentials. And 60 years old, she sounds like she's a 60-year-old man. She's loud. She's belligerent. She's, probably sitting up here and can't get off the couch. It's things like that. And they don't realize that's not the way. She's not even saying what I said, by the way. I just want you to understand that she's wrong and then belligerent. You talking about that fans only. Okay, nothing says senile old fogey like not saying what people said. There's the real problem. Nothing destroys your credibility than not being able to say what they said. She's upset about something. You're upset because the kids and the grandkids, if they're not incarcerated, they certainly don't come to see you. And I wouldn't come to see something so unpleasant either. She's very, very unpleasant as a person. I ain't gotta be pleasant. That's why the man is gone. Let me find out here, Molly Artworks here. Where's your husband? Where's your husband at?
Have a great day.
She's 60 years old. Where's your husband?
In his room right now.
Oh, let me talk to him.
Right here.
Let me talk to him.
I don't need you to talk to him. I speak for myself.
You're lying. You don't have a husband. You're lying. You don't have a husband.
Okay, here we go.
Bring him here.
Let me just 1 second. Just 1 second, young
go
man.
Go get him.
I'm walking in my house. I am right in here. Leon, can you hear me? Okay, this young man doesn't believe, this Jason Black, on the Black Authority, does not believe that I've been married 45 years to a strong black man. Could you just say hello to him?
Hello.
Hello, Leon. You married her when she was 15?
No, I did not marry her when 15.
Okay, because
she was 19, 20 years old.
Okay, well that throws.
What's all this about?
That throws the math off.
What is all this about?
Okay, she says she's 60 years old, but she said y'all been married for 45 years.
She said she's 66. She's 66 years old.
Okay, now she's 66 years old. Okay, that's cool, Leon.
I don't know what y'all talking about. What are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about?
She's
okay, so you heard my husband. Okay. So now what I'm telling you is this.
Why'd you lie about your age?
My husband respects me and I respect him.
He sounds weak. He sounds
young
weak.
Young women.
He sounds like a
simp.
simp.
For fans only.
No, he sounds like a
do
simp.
Do not get on for fans.
Old boy right there, he sounds, whooped. He sounds like he's scared you gonna swing on him.
Go and shake it, whatever.
That fella sounds like he's scared you gonna swing on him.
Respect yourself and do the best you can in this world.
He has to live with this?
That's my thing.
He has to live with this? Oh my goodness.
Honey. That's why he's been with me for almost 50 years.
Brother, stamp your foot twice if you need help.
Black women.
Stamp your foot twice.
Don't love black women. Even though black women been out your ride and die.
How does any man sleep with this?
Men. I'm very proud of the young black men saying no. We need reparations. No, we need.
Y'all, can you imagine being stuck in a house with this?
You blessed. God bless you.
Can you imagine
God
this?
Bless you, and I pray that He. Can you imagine you? And
y'all, this man is stuck in the house. He can't do nothing. 45 years. He's just like, oh man, he can't do nothing but look at it. He's stuck with this woman here is elderly. She probably smell like tennis balls, and it's just, oh, he's in the house. Y'all heard when he got on the phone. We've been together, and I didn't ask him about the married thing. Should have gotten more about that because I'm pretty sure he's just been sitting there and trying to take care of the kids. What is this about? He sounds so meek and nevish. He sounds so weak and nevish. He really, really does. Those are the folks who don't like what I do here. Those are the ones who don't like that. Did he sound like an alpha male to any of y'all? Did he sound like an alpha male to any of y'all? That he sound like he's scared. You sound like he walk around the house looking around the corner to make sure she's not there. So it's what is this? What is this about? We've been married for 45 years. Okay. Yeah, boy, he sound like a hostage in his own house. Can you imagine sleeping next to that? Damn! Can you imagine sleeping next to that? Oh, can you imagine that? Can you imagine being in a house with that and it's just every day and it's Can you imagine when she gets up in the morning? Leon, what are you doing, Leon? I told you to go ahead and mow that lawn right there. That's the problem. I should have dated your brother over there in the first place. Another thing right there, Hilda used to tell me about you right now, Leon. We've been together all these years right here. Some things just don't change. Black men need to respect their black women right here, Leon. That's the problem, Leon. Leon, you ain't did what you're supposed to here, Leon. You ain't did what you're supposed to with your malt liquor schlitz or your malt liquor hose. Yeah, I don't know what it is. You shouldn't be doing that right there. That's the problem there, Leon. You going down there to the hall pool. Sitting up here putting on your Jordan Airs. What is that wrong with that? That's the problem right there. You would be spending money on me. I need a new pair of shoes right now. I can't get a new pair of shoes right now because you off there buying them Jordan Airs. That's the problem right there. Them Jordan Airs and them Taylor Chucks. That's the problem, Leon. I can't get it right there. That's why we don't have no money left over right here. If you respected me properly, I wouldn't have that problem in the first place. I wouldn't have this all right now. That's the problem. And stop bothering me about cooking here. You need to lose some weight some damn well. You need to lose some weight already right there. You need to lose some weight already. So stop bothering me about cooking for you, Leon. That's the issue right there. You want eggs and ham, green eggs and ham, pink eggs and ham? You need to go ahead and get you on a treadmill and some ham. Can you imagine that? Disagree. Can you imagine going on a road trip with that? What? Oh, you're going down Interstate 20. Leon, you following them folks up there too close. You following them too close. If you respected me, you would be looking out for me. Yeah, that's why you're following them too close. And you driving too fast, Leon. You need to back off of this right now. You 5 miles over the speed limit right there. That's the problem right there. You know we ain't driving number the 1979 Ford F-150. Why are you driving so fast in the freeway right here? That's the problem, Leon. And we passing the sign over here. There could be police around the corner. Police around the corner right here. Why are you? That's the y'all want to take chances here. You taking chances with me. I is precious. I'm too old for this right here. What you doing right here, Leon? You need to slam. You need to ease up on that gas. Could you imagine what that's like? Could you imagine being in a car with that for 60 minutes? Not 16 hours, 60 minutes with that. 45 years. Oh, dude, he doesn't need side chicks. He needs outside, inside, and backside chicks. That's what he needs. He needs a whole new life. That was the greatest argument against marriage that I've heard today. Hey, fellas, would y'all like to get married now so you can have you a soft, feminine, demure, older female? Jason, why did you stop dating older women? That right there. That was one of the reasons. That right there. The older they get, the more they think they know. You don't have to say anything. She's telling Leon what he thinks. Let me go get this. Leon, I'm on the phone right now with the Authority Black. With the Authority Black here. Answer the phone for him. What is this right here? You married her when she was 15, Leon? Well, not really. Okay, well, all right. Why don't you tell me a little bit? Don't say nothing to him, Leon. That's the thing right there. I told you I was married. Okay, look what she got married to there. I told you I was married, and that's it right there. See, you should be more like Leon. I ain't trying to be a damn thing like Leon. Baby, being Leon got Leon with you. There's the problem right there. Leon's life got him with you. I ain't trying to replicate nothing Leon done did. Look how that turned out for Leon. Oh, Leon is struggling right now. Leon's in bad shape. So no, ma'am. Whatever Leon got, I ain't trying to catch it. Whatever he got, I ain't trying to catch it. Leon is on his own. I have no intention of replicating any portion or part of Leon's life. Leon got to hold that. Can y'all imagine? Can y'all imagine Thanksgiving? Damn! When she brings her family over? Can you imagine being Leon getting tag teamed by her sisters for 45 years at Thanksgiving? Leon is just, he eats his Thanksgiving meals in his bedroom by the bed. It's just, That's another thing right here. I was in here all night slaving over this hot stove. This turkey sitting right here. This nigga always want to go grab the drumsticks. He don't even do enough to get he always wants to grab the stick drums. He don't even deserve a stick drum. Why does he need to have a stick drum? There ain't no stick drums for him. His stick drums with them fans only. And that's the problem right there. And I should have had somebody else right there. And they got the sauce cranberry. He don't help with nothing. Look at this stove over here. I had to do all this by myself. Take your shoes off when you come in the house there, Leon. Why you have your shoes on? You're while we're in the house right here. You take them damn shoes off there. That's the problem right there. Really? Could you imagine that? That would just be unreal. That would be unreal. I mean, she called in, but boy, that would just be unreal if you had something like that. You want the young men to be interested in marriage, and then they hear that that's what they got to look forward to for 45 years. 45 years, oh boy. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Leon, we're going to pray for you. Leon, we're going to pray for you. Leon, do y'all hear how Leon was completely the opposite of her, by the way? Did you all hear that? Leon is completely the opposite of her. That's why she got him. This little old henpecked nigga, he don't know where to go. He has just been reconsidering his life ever since he got with her. She sound big, loud, and fat. He sounds skinny, short, and meek. And don't y'all see he's the complete opposite. What are you doing over there, Leon? I'm gonna go get my husband right now. Pick up his phone, Leon. He been, yes, hi, this is Leon. What can I help y'all with? I'm like, oh boy, I see how you ended up here, Leon. I see how you ended up here. It's game over, my nigga. It's game over. Yes, sir. Biden says his black support is fine. Biden says he's standing 10 toes down. He says he isn't going anywhere. He isn't going to give up anything. I called it. I'm wondering here, I want to ask you all a question tonight. You know, I did a post on my community page here a few days ago because I wanted to do a program dealing specifically with reparations. Not sure when I should do that. I'm wondering if I should do it tomorrow or maybe if I should just wait till the weekend. Because there's something else I do want to address here, which is why I'm probably going to do a program here tomorrow. But I was wondering, I don't know. I may do that. I'm looking at probably doing it this weekend to do the program here so I can just deal with reparations with all the reparations questions. So we can go ahead and address that. So by the way, if you haven't been to the community page here on YouTube, when you go to our channel page, click on that tab that says community, go back a couple of days, and you'll see where it's got the question that I asked about reparations. You'll see where it's got that. And if you want to put yours in there, if you have a question about that, I want to do a program here where I go ahead and address all of those and address those things. As you saw, you had a caller here talking about, okay, let's get free education, whatever the case may be. So have a chance to do that. Okay, I do have a call here on Zoom. All right, I got Mr. Dougie.
Yes.
All right, I got Mr. Dougie here on Zoom. Now, are you Leon?
No. Leon is home acting like Joe Biden when he goes home with Jill.
Okay.
That's what she be doing to him.
Okay, I'm just checking on you there.
When you muted her, she was singing.
Dude, I mean, slap Stone Cold crazy. You know full well you got a female singing in the house. It's like, oh, he listening to satanic verses. She ain't giving him no sleep. Just everywhere he go, it's just constant nagging. That's all it is nagging.
Don't forget that. She snatched the phone from him. I had that happen to me.
Yeah, he was sitting there talking. She respects him so much. She's like, give that phone, nigga. I'm like, okay, 45 years of that? That's a prison sentence.
It happened to me, man. I was talking to a lady in hospice, and her daughter, who I used to mess with, snatched the phone from her dying mother so she could talk shit to me. So they don't care. They don't care, man. I'm glad you're going in on it. I'm glad you took care of that young fella from Atlanta, because he think he knows everything. He don't know shit.
Well, I'm glad you didn't marry old girl, because that would have been a hell of a situation to be in. You marry her and then the daughter acting like that. So I'm glad you dodged that bullet.
No, I was smart. I was listening to you. I was listening to your broadcast.
Well, if I can find Leon's number, I'll get you back in touch with him. Maybe you can give him a SOS or a care package, because life for him is rough.
I would tell him like Forrest Gump did. Run, Forrest.
No, Forrest, fly. No, running is too slow. Fly, Forrest, fly.
Hey, yo. Hey, look, keep getting in on. I just want to say one thing. I'm starting to believe that you were right. Joe Biden ain't leaving. He don't want to leave. And unless something happens to him, they're going to be stuck with him. So, people need to just understand what they're going to be doing, because he ain't doing it for the people. He's in there for himself.
No, so folks need to understand the way it's working now. When these folks get in the presidency, they ain't leaving unless you carry them out.
Hell no. They're going to be like, I don't know if you ever heard of this guy named Sumner Redstone. He used to own CBS.
Yeah, yes.
Sumner Redstone. He was 80-something years old in a burning building, and he hung on the ledge of the building until they saved him, man.
And he didn't want to give up. I mean, Sumner Redstone, National Amusements, Paramount, CBS, and remember he stayed in there till his faculties were completely gone, and the daughter had to go to court to get him up off of that. So this is where we at today. These old white men, they are not gonna let nothing go. Just whoever it is, Democrat, Republican, Conservative. If you don't bring an indictment or if you don't get them out, vote them out of office, they're not leaving. They're not leaving.
Well, I like to call them dopey old white guys because I like to be active.
Well, as far as they're concerned, the only way they're getting out of office is a pine box. That's it.
Not leaving, man. He's not leaving, man.
So mark my words.
They're going to blow him up out of there. I'm surprised because I'm old enough to know when Johnson left out of there. And I just like to say one thing about some of the things that I've heard about there. There was a lot back in that era, and I'm old enough to tell you this. There was some bad people doing a lot of crazy shit. And that's why Martin Luther King and all of them was able to pull off what they did, because there was crazy people all over, from the Berrigan brothers. They had priests. They had the Spanish people was blowing shit up. This shit was crazy, man. And the civil rights guys came in and sold everybody some bullshit, and nobody got nothing out of it. So I'm glad you on the case, man. We'll keep the shit up, man.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Now we appreciate that. Like I say, yeah, y'all, if we need to step in and do an intervention for Leon, we might have to step in and do an intervention for Leon, because Leon is in bad shape, y'all. Leon is in the belly of the beast, pardon the expression. So, she sound like she sleep with her fist balled up. She sound like her arms are 26 inches around. She sounds like she used to make the cornbread at the cafeteria. She sounds like she spent the last 45 years making cornbread at the elementary school. Y'all remember we were all in school with that lunch lady? They always had the big ones in the back. Remember that? They always had the big ones in the back. It was like, okay, you just kind of stuck with them. Yes, sir. You sitting in bed. You get a rude awakening. She sounds like the kind of woman who would be sitting there on the phone talking trash to her mama and her kinfolk about you, right there in bed with you. She's sitting there on the phone. She's sitting in bed with you on the phone talking mess about you to her families. Yeah, that's another thing right there. And we went to the restaurant here, but he was looking around all funny, and I just said to him, I just wanted to go ahead and get the peach cobbler here, but he didn't want to. He's asking the restaurant hostess, why can we sit over here? I didn't want to sit by no window. I wanted to sit over here at a booth, but he want to sit by the window. So I'm stuck over here by the window here. And this is the problem. These men don't respect their women here. Why come I can't just sit over here in the booth here the whole time? So that's right. And Leon just sitting there. All right. Okay. Oh, last thing. You know Leon's getting the business right now, right? You do know that, don't you? Leon's getting the business right now. Well, Jason, why? I'm telling y'all, this is the way the conversation is happening at his house right now. And why didn't you sit up here and take up for me when that old black Jason was sitting up here talking trash to me on his phone like that? You hear what he was saying? He was challenging me. He was insulting me. He was insulting my age. He was talking about my age. Talking about we were 15 years old. We were no 15 years old right there. I was at the Panthers. Why didn't you sit up here and say something? You sitting on the phone all mumbling and all meepish and everything right there. Why come to worry? Why did you get on here right there? That's the problem. Black men don't defend black women right there. That's the problem, Leon. You was never like that. I should have slept with your damn brother. Why didn't you get on that phone up there? You should have cussed that nigga out. I ain't got to do that. I is a lady. I don't need to be doing that. I'm not supposed to be arguing with this man. You supposed to be my husband. Ain't you supposed to be sitting up here sticking up for me? How in the world are you going to let that man get away with it? Don't you know that's what the conversation is going like over there right now? That's what the conversation is like over there right this moment. What you mean? Why I got to do that? Why didn't you stand up for me? Leon just got a whole lot of listening to do. Boy, just spend your whole life like that. Oh, bruh. I'm like, he's wondering to himself the whole time, was this the best he could do? Was this the best he could do? 45 years to look back on that. 45 years. As I say here, folks, yes, these people have made it very clear that they have no intention of giving up anything. Anything at all. They're not going to let it go. And Biden's not going to let that go either. We do ourselves no favors by pretending otherwise. I've attempted to do my job to keep you all abreast of what's occurring and let you know exactly what's happening and how I see it. And to put you ahead of the curve. Because we cannot afford to be catching up to these things later. We got to know what's happening when it happens. We got to be on top of it while it's occurring, not after. That doesn't do us any good. I've tried to do my part. I've tried to be accurate. But I will tell you one more thing. We ain't done yet. This is not over yet. I'm predicting that, by the way, there's going to be another event between now and Election Day. There's going to be another noteworthy event between now and Election Day. There's simply too much time and too much to happen. So mark my words. I think there's going to be another event between now and Election Day of equal or greater magnitude. And let's see how that gets dealt with. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the haven of intelligent Black thought. We do this every weekend and sometimes during the week here lately. Click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you have not been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, you want to go check out our groundbreaking best-selling documentary work, 7 a.m. Gentrified Race War, all available on DVD and streaming. That's blackchannelfilms.com. Our newest documentary, 8 a.m., is currently underway here. You can join our crowdfunding for it. The link is in the description of the video here. Also, my mods will put a link to it in the chat room as well. We still have 27 hours to go. If you're listening to this live or recorded, I want us to have 2,000 backers. I want us to get over 200,000. I want us all to join in on that because this is the only place that speaks for your issues. The politicians ignore you. The media says you don't exist. Nobody talks about you until they need something. Who is here every day and every week addressing this? This is what we do. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to everyone who's watched live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, Black is the future, and the future is uncompromising.